Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third day of the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda, promoting sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. My name is Haekyung Shelley Choi, Program Management Assistant of the United Nations Project Office on Governance of DPIDG UN DESA.
My name is Keping Yao, Senior Governance and Public Administration Expert of the United Nations Project Office on Governance, DPIDG UN DESA.
We would like to thank all participants for your active participation and engagement in discussions for the past 2 intensive days. Before we start the session, we will have a few announcements. The presentations and selected photos from the past 2 days are uploaded on our website at www.unpog.org. After the symposium, we will upload more photos and materials on our website and Facebook page. Please also follow us on UN DESA Twitter and Facebook. For our on-site participants, please scan the first QR code to access the booklet, which includes the biographies of speakers. You are also encouraged to register for the online discussion board to continue our discussions on respective topics if you have not done so. In case you have any difficulties in registering, please do not hesitate to let us know. I would also like to call your attention of our on-site participants to the Partnership and Cooperation Board near the escalators. If you have any capacity demands that you would like to request us, or if you would like to make contributions to other countries after the symposium, please write them down on the board.
Without a delay, we shall commence special session 3, focusing on risk-informed sustainable development, accelerating resilience in cities and local communities through digital government and innovation. I would like to invite Mr. Andrew McElroy, Making Cities Resilient 2030, Global Coordinator, UNDRR, who will be moderating this session. Please welcome Mr. McElroy with a big round of applause.
So very warm welcome, everybody. As our colleague said, my name is Andy McElroy. I am the Making Cities Resilient 2030 coordinator. Our global partnership focused on urban resilience. And I also work for the United Nations for the Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. So it's really my pleasure to be here supporting UN colleagues from DESA at today's special session 3, which, as our facilitator said, is focused on risk-informed sustainable development, accelerating resilience in cities and local communities through digital government and innovation. So before we start, I would again like to thank the Metropolitan City of Incheon and also the Ministry of Interior and Safety for their great support to the United Nations here in Korea for our work within Northeast Asia and globally. So today we have 5 panelists. We have 2 panelists in person, 2 recordings, and 1 online. So I'd like to invite our 2 colleagues here in the room with us. So first, Mr. Sunil Kang, who is the Coordination Officer for the Climate Technology Center and Network. If you could join me on the stage, Mr. Sunil. And Mr. Samuel Dana, please, probably a face familiar with all of you. If you could also join me, Samuel. And Samuel is the Associate Capacity Development Expert for the UN Project Office on Governance, UNPOG. We will also hear from 3 other speakers. We hope that Mr. David Green, who's the head of disaster program of NASA from the USA, is online. We'll just check if David is with us. And then we will then have also 2 video recordings. First from Ms. Loretta Hiba-Giraudet, who is the chief of the Risk Knowledge Branch of my organization, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and Ms. Loretta is based in Geneva. And we'll also hear from Mr. Rajiv Shaw, who is a professor of the Graduate School of Media and Governance in Keio University in our neighbor, Japan. So before we kick off, just let me say a few words of scene setting, if you like. So cities are, in this very challenging time, are really the hub, not just of the accumulation of development challenges, but they are the hub for innovation. The cities are where the solutions to our many problems and challenges will emerge and will be applied if we are really to have any chance of reaching the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular number 11 in terms of resilient, sustainable, safe and prosperous cities. Now, as we all know, as you've heard over the last 2 days and today, the climate emergency is escalating. And this is happening in tandem with rapid urbanization, which, as I've just said, is bringing several cumulative challenges, but also some amazing opportunities, not least in terms of digital government. So here we are in 2023. We're at the halfway point. If it was a sports game, we're at half-time in terms of the agenda, the overall Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. And we're probably a couple of goals down. So we really need to come out in the second half of our development goals and ambitions and really start taking action, really start applying solutions. Because everywhere we look, red flags are being waved. And of the many midterm review meetings of this year, I will just highlight one, which was the midterm review of the Sendai Framework in May in the UN General Assembly, where member states of the world said they have deep concern for the pace and the lack of equality in terms of implementation of our development goals and solutions. So with those few words of scene setting, not too much doom and gloom, I'm now going to turn to our speakers who will share their experience, their expertise and their perspectives on how we can move forward in terms of risk-informed sustainable development and accelerating resilience. So I just want to check from colleagues if Mr. David Green, who is the head of the disaster program of NASA in the United States, is online, and I see a thumbs up. So David, welcome to you, and I also see you online. Great to have you with us today,
Good morning.
David. Thank you, and we can hear you loud and clear. So David, we have 10 minutes to hear from you, and just it would be very useful for the audience here in person and in Incheon and online, if you could just talk a little bit about the advancements in earth science and technology and how these can be harnessed for effective disaster risk reduction. So over to you, David. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you once again for the opportunity to be part of this series of symposia and to the invitation this year in particular. You brought up a couple of great points about where we are in the various frameworks. So I would like to talk about that. And I've put here in this title this point about the pace we're going. And I don't think we have anything to be looking back on that, things were perhaps slower than we wanted to, but I really think we've reached a point this year with technology and partnerships that I'd really want to talk about the scaling of the information available and this ability, I want to give a positive message about accelerating into this sustainability. I also need to make a correction. I have been the program manager for the disaster program, and I've been the program manager for the wildland fire program at NASA. Some of my proteges have carried on those, and I am serving in a role now at NASA of being a strategy kind of integrator. So I just want to make sure my partners get due reference, and you know where I'm coming from is really focusing on these issues of sustainability and where technology fits in. So let's go to the first slide, and I'll try to step through this story, and hopefully you'll come out of a very positive and actionable way forward. I want to talk about it from the disaster perspective of what I like to think about of sustainable resilience. And in particular, that this is an all kind of hands on deck. We need to think of this as the Earth as a system of all the elements of the biodiversity, the human element, and the changes that are going on, along with the digital transformation of how we have a perception of the Earth and can interact it with a new way, particularly as we've talked about frontier technologies. So I'll talk about that alignment. And in particular, also that aspect of the earth science, but certainly linked with the social changes. I do want to talk about technology governance and how that is changing and the impacts from global to local scale. I'll talk about some of the new concepts of openness in our science that is helping to bridge the gaps, a link to economics. And I'll give you an example of something that I think is really at the urban, rural, or urban wildfire interface that I think is an example of where some of these things are going. Some say we're in the fourth industrial revolution of looking at the digital earth. So let's go forward in the next few minutes and see where we are. Next slide. The hope here is not just to survive in this changing world, but to thrive in this changing world. It does change. There are stresses and strains around us, some political, some environmental, some in just our ability to cope in communities. If we look at this from a systems view in terms of all of the things we can see and connect around the earth, from our oceans to our skies, to our national to local communities, then we can build sustainable resilience. One of the things that has limited us is to be able to really know what is that metric of improvement really look like? What is the insight into resilience, that knowledge that says we're actually making progress? So what I want to talk about is what the technology and approaches that we have now, this digital transformation, I think can finally tell us where we are making progress and measure that progress. And by doing that, we can actually set ourselves on this actionable and measurable path going forward. Next slide. Now, the frontier technologies that we've talked about over the years have included things like the Earth observations, more satellites and drones. More recently, we've talked about digital twins, the idea we can actually create a digital version of the world around us and see how those changes and scenarios work. We've certainly in the last year heard a lot about artificial intelligence, and now the fact that almost every individual here is starting to use it, the language of generative artificial intelligence and machine learning, and the policies and implications to our every life. We can simulate and look at the world in different ways, visualize virtual reality, then the economics and tracking systems of blockchains, autonomy and mobility in ways we haven't done before. Natural language learning, which is really the ability for anyone in the world to ask the questions that they want to ask in their own language, in their own culture, in their own context, where the technology will help us break through. So it's not just scientists and engineers talking about frontier technologies, but every individual will have the way to interact with them. We've heard about the Internet of Things, how the world is a new connected web of sensors and information. And again, that's giving us all these new tools. Let's go to the next slide. I think we're really at the point now where there's increasingly frequent stresses around our world, whether it's weather, whether it's the wildfires, whether it's the heat waves. But we're talking about the environment, the social, and the governance choices that we make. If we want to get to sustainable, we need to look at all three of these elements together, not just separately. And as I said before, we need the insights, those metrics to really look forward. What's in this picture is a real wildfire. What's that insert is actually a game engine simulation with artificial intelligence using real world data to create not just a game that's an artificial world, but one that represents the real environment so we can play with scenarios. We were not able to do that even just a year ago. Next slide. The ability to guide our actions. Here is an example of remote sensing, looking at the Earth above us, real-time mapping and modeling, alerting and helping people make decisions on the grounds in communities where it's safe, where it's not safe, here during the COVID years to understand the health risks or environmental risks. Next slide. Many of our communities are on coasts, and our coasts are an example on the forefront of changes. Our imagery, our analysis will give us the resilience insights to consider how our communities who are living in coasts, who have a cultural identity, so there is indigenous knowledge in many worlds, in many areas, in many communities that have to be married with our traditional ideas of modern science. And that is another part of this frontier capability that we are really starting to harness now. Next slide. The frameworks and policies have certainly been at the global level from the climate change, but also we can see this progression from the global climate issues, the sustainable frameworks, to national, to community, to municipal, and how they all are starting to nest together. Let's go to the next slide. But as we noted before and in the introductory remarks, making these goals and objectives reachable have been a challenge. We've had that block on the side there of the global risk assessment framework that was part of coming out of Sendai, was saying we've got to go from global to local scales, urban and cities. We've got to consider economics as well as environmental. And the challenge has been we've developed these frameworks, but they've gone very slow. So we need to accelerate, look at the scalability, and as I said before, the measurability that will really provide us a viable economic and social way forward. Let's go to the next slide. Now, to keep this promise of moving forward, just a few weeks ago, the United Nations met in New York, the kickoff of this year's session. We had Climate Week in New York, and it was recognized that there were limitations to the progress, but there were three elements that jumped out of that. We need to focus on innovation as an accelerator, applying, really using the science and technology and innovation to transform those actions, to scale those actions from the global or from the aspirational level to those in cities and municipalities who really have the ability to make the change. And we had to recognize where the value was in doing this, building the resilience at the right level with the right communities to strengthen that integrated policies that tie to our daily lives, workflows, health practices, other governance principles. And then recognizing that if we want to do this over the long term, we do have to think of it in terms of our livelihood, our financial and investment plans going forward. Next slide, please. I wanted to pick out one example that I think has really revolutionized and brought a lot of attention over the last year that, as I said, may unstick this slowness that we've had, this generative artificial intelligence that we're hearing so much about. It is allowing us and our researchers and our practical tools to use artificial intelligence and digital approaches to kind of fill in those gaps in our knowledge that can allow us to have the tools to be not only aware of the changes, but inform us of how that can influence our plans and our practices going forward, to link our infrastructure and our communities to these larger system impacts. Next slide. So we have to scale a lot of our information that comes from global down to a community level, and in the reverse path, those changes that municipalities, cities, and urban areas share with their surrounding environments. So the vision here is to really accelerate the access to this open science, economic, and equity information. It's not just about decisions, but before that, we need to know what the scenarios are that inform our plans and our policy choices. With that knowledge, we can make informed decisions and guide our actions and re-guide our actions as we follow that up with corrective paths and information to really reach the knowledge and that insight for a sustainable way forward. Next slide, please. One example I wanted to pick out was a science meeting that included also this technology and governance practices from just the spring of this year. Urban areas are often and have been influenced by many stresses. One of them is this urban wildfire interface. In Portugal this year, the world met to really have one of the first meetings that looked at governance and technology, economics and science coming together to protect communities. Under this framework, they recognized the critical role of sustainability in bringing the science and cultural knowledge together. Remember, I talked about science and indigenous knowledge and cultural and community values. Raising that within a political framework, and then a note there that second, action is needed to strengthen these governance models, technology, policy, and others, along with the integration of the science and with the stakeholders, municipalities, communities, etc., that really are the ones who are going to make the actions possible. In the case of the fire situation, coming along with climate change and heat changes and others, the requirement here is to really solidify the link between governance practices, the stakeholders that are engaged, and again, this value chain of quantifying and measuring the progress we're being made. It was only a few years ago that we had these aspirations, and what I'm saying now is that I think we have the tools to marry our technologies, our scale of information, and really share at the city and municipal and urban level the changes that we want to make. I think the next is the last slide. Or maybe there's one more. So digital transformation is allowing us to get to this sustainable, but now linking to this economic and bioeconomic, right? The environment and our economic together and our social. The goals here is that what we have to do together and are being enabled to do is move from communities who now have the information in front of them, can draw on a global wealth of integrated knowledge and sensors and information, and then take action. So sustainable development, managing our landscapes and our lifelines, having the policies and governance that unburden us from those barriers we've had before, to really also think about a green future, a low carbon, a diverse, equitable economy and society. Now the last slide, I think. So we're growing together. We have the tools now to thrive in the face of the changes, whether they're shocks from events or the long-term climate and community stresses. We can take an Earth systems view. We can link our policy, our education, and our digital transformation together to accelerate and overcome the barriers that we've seen in recent years. I think we're at a critical point where we have the open policies and strategies to share and think like global geographers. Tools like artificial intelligence are now not just for scientists, but for all of us. They allow a form of collaboration we've never seen before. And I believe we can really get those resilient insights that shows that we are able to take the measurable and accelerated steps forward. Final slide. I want to thank everyone here. There's my contact information. I hope this tied into the theme and aspirations of this meeting and gave you hope and actual fact that there are tools, practices, policies, and governances that are significantly different than in the last 5 years that are really going to help us move forward in the next 5 years towards these sustainable goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. I'm in the room, so you wouldn't be able to see, but you really engaged and galvanized the interest of the people here. And there's such a rich, succinct opening to our session. Thank you so much. I do apologize for not correctly introducing you, but thank you for clarifying your title. So let me just try and summarize, if I can, some of the wonderful wisdom that you shared. You talked about accelerating into sustainability, that we have the opportunity rather to take a transformational approach. But this will not happen by chance. You reference that it's an all hands on deck time. We don't have time to dwell, and we need to think and move and act in a systems way. You reference the importance of looking at environmental, social, and governance issues together, and you use a wonderful word, choice. We have the choice. That's a very empowering message. We have the ability to change the way we build our cities and construct our economies. That's very, very powerful. And then you also, while talking about the amazing technology to hand, you brought us literally back down to earth, that this technology needs to be useful, usable, and used by communities on the ground so that they can really move from aspiration to action. And I love that term at the end. We need to keep our promise alive, and we can do this by, another lovely phrase, unsticking the slowness that we are currently encountering. So David, it was a wonderful start to our session. Thank you. Please stay online if you can. I'm sure there will be comments and questions both from our global audience and those of us in the room. So thank you, David, for that opening. So we will now move to our second speaker. She will give a video intervention. Her name is Miss Loretta Hiba-Girardet, and she is the Chief of the Risk Knowledge Branch of my organization, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. And Laurie will be speaking from Geneva, and she will be speaking to the Sendai framework, which I referenced earlier. What are the challenges and progress thus far in terms of the halfway point of the Sendai framework? And what are the lessons from the recent midterm review that we should pick up and reflect on as we seek to move forward on urban resilience and the digital economy? So if we could please hear from Laurie's video. Thank you.
Colleagues and friends, it is a pleasure to be part of the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda. This symposium comes at a sobering moment. All over the world, we are seeing climate records shatter because of runaway climate change. July was the hottest month ever recorded on Earth. The World Meteorological Organization has warned that the next 5 years are likely to be the hottest on record. As a result of this abnormal weather, we are seeing devastating disasters grip every region. Torrential rains in September in Libya led to the collapse of critical infrastructure. Dams burst that contributed to the deaths of 4,000 people. In Asia, record landfall caused massive floods in northern India, reaching the Taj Mahal, while in China, over 1.6 million people were evacuated, and tens of thousands of homes were destroyed. Beijing and its surrounding area saw the equivalent of 6 months of rainfall in just 4 days. These are some of the most well-publicized disasters this year, but there are many more happening every day in towns and villages that never make the news. In fact, it is these localized events that characterize climate-related disasters. Too much or too little water with impacts at the local level. Too often, cities and communities have not yet built the resilience they need to withstand the impacts of extreme weather, and instead they incur frequent losses and damages, and these accumulate over time and push back development gains. It is in the context of these increasing disasters that the member states of the United Nations came together in May for a high-level meeting on the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And what we learned from the midterm review is that there has been an 80% increase in the number of people affected by disasters since 2015. Moreover, disasters were becoming more expensive, with average costs above $330 billion a year between 2015 and 2021. And we know that this figure is significantly undervalued because of underreporting. At the same time, there has been no corresponding increase in funding for disaster risk reduction to address these growing risks. And we also know that these disasters hit developing countries the hardest. This is where 90% of disaster deaths continue to occur. The midterm review also pointed to a rapid accumulation of disaster risk that is building up and intersecting with other crises, such as increasing conflicts, growing poverty, and deteriorating ecosystems. COVID pandemic is the best example of a complex disaster. It began as a local outbreak in 2019, but then spread to every corner of the world, killing more than 6.5 million. That said, despite these challenges, the midterm review did show that there has been progress in several areas. First, governments and stakeholders are becoming better at understanding their risks thanks to incremental improvements in data quality and analysis. Second, there has been a significant increase in the number of countries with national strategies for disaster risk reduction, and to date, 125 countries have reported developing such strategies. Third, while a lack of adequate financing remains a major roadblock, there have been innovations in risk financing and risk transfer mechanisms. And fourth, there has been growing recognition and support for strengthening multi-hazard early warning systems. Initiatives such as the Early Warnings for All, which aims to ensure that all people are protected by early warning systems in the next 5 years. Nevertheless, countries still have a long way to go before reaching a stage where the worst disasters are averted, losses are minimized, and most importantly, people feel safe. These are prosperous. Therefore, we must accelerate progress in the remaining years to 2030. The political declaration on the midterm review, which was adopted by the UN General Assembly, lists the actions that need to be taken on several fronts, but I will just concentrate on two. First, we need to enhance the understanding and governance of risks. This means that countries must shift away from ensuring responsibility and accountability. Disaster risk reduction lies with only a single centralized agency. Needed instead is a coordinated, multi-sectoral risk governance structure where all risks can be considered and acted upon by a variety of actors. And this would serve as the basis for making risk reduction decisions on all matters of development. And the second call to action is around prioritizing investments in reduction. Countries are called upon to allocate larger portions of their budgets, as well as development assistance to disaster risk reduction. And let me just add the important dimension of prioritizing local action. Local governments need to establish as well multi-sectoral risk governance structures, but they also need financing to implement these strategies. All too often, this financing is what is lacking. Nonetheless, there is great work underway to help local communities and cities build resilience. UNDRR and its partners are collaborating under the umbrella of the Making Cities Resilient initiative to scale up resilience building in cities. We have a fantastic group of cities known as resilience hubs that are working together. They will soon be bringing a call to action to COP28 in Dubai. The aim is to ensure that the forthcoming COP highlights the critical urban dimension of climate action. It is in the face of these growing climate disaster risks that we must recognize that we have no other option than to succeed in our collective endeavor to build resilience as the foundation for sustainable development. Your partnership is key to achieving this goal, and for this I thank you and wish you a very successful.
Thank you very much. So that was Ms. Loretta Hiba-Girardet of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction from Geneva. And Laurie, again, the first couple of minutes was really quite, she referenced a very sobering assessment of the situation we are in, setting records in the wrong way as a result of the climate emergency. And I think one of the key points that emerged there is that disasters are not discrete events. They're often interlinked and consecutive and compounding. And I think we all learned and felt that during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think Laurie's big message there is the escalating cost of particularly climate-related disasters makes the case that efforts in disaster risk reduction actually is an investment rather than a cost. While there was a lot of not so good news, Laurie did reference that there has been progress in 4 particular areas. There is a better understanding of disaster and climate risk in general by institutions and by people. There is progress in a more fit-for-purpose governance setup and mechanism with an increase in disaster resilience strategies and indeed DRR being integrated into local development strategies more and more. While there's still a huge gap in terms of financing, particularly at the municipality level, there is examples of innovation and some acceleration in risk financing and transfer. And finally, in terms of preparedness, particularly in terms of multi-hazard early warning systems, we are seeing greater coverage and greater protection of communities around the world. And Laurie ended with a call for action in 2 areas that really need to happen, particularly at the local subnational level. A further enhancement of governance approaches that is multi-sectoral and engaging an all-of-society approach to tackle the risks we face. The key message from the Sendai framework is, while national governments remain in the lead, there's no way they can do it on their own. It has to be in a partnership approach. And finally, Laurie said, we still need to increase dramatically investment in disaster risk reduction in a cross-sectoral approach. So thank you very much, Loretta Hiba-Girardet, by video from Geneva. And that sets us up nicely to return here to the room. And to my left, on your right, I'd like to introduce Mr. Suil Kang, who is the Coordination Officer for the Climate Technology Center and Network for the United Nations Environment Program here in Songdo, Incheon. So welcome, Mr. Suil. I would like, if you could, over the next 10 minutes, please talk us through the challenges and opportunities of strengthening disaster risk and resilience in local communities, drawing on your experience at UNEP. So, Mr. Suil, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning. Welcome to Korea. Actually, it is great to meet you in person here. And then I would like to deliver special thanks to UNPOZ, UNDESA for giving me chance to introduce UNEP CTCN's work on disaster risk reduction and resilience. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll briefly introduce who CTCN, the Climate Technology Center and Network, is. It is an integral mechanism of the Climate Convention. So it was established by parties in 2010 as a implementing arm of the technology mechanism. So At the beginning, UNEP and UNIDOR were the hosting agencies, but now UNEP is only one hosting agency of CTCN. So we headquarters is in Denmark, and we have 3 regional offices. And then partnership and liaison office, Palo, is located in Jitao, Songdo, and it was launched last July. So the picture shows under the UNFCCC, there is a technology mechanism consisting of policy arm tech and implementing arm CTCN. On the right side, you can see the financial mechanism on the UNFCCC, GEF and then GCF, very well run operational bodies of the financial mechanism. And then under the CTCN, you can see that we have several components. First one is the advisory board, and then second one is our focal point, national designated entities. Mainly they are from the Ministry of Environment in 165 countries. And then we have 810 network members. Next slide, please. Okay, our CTCN's mission is to stimulate technology cooperation and enhance the development and transfer of technologies to developing country parties at their request. Our main function, we have 3 main functions. First one is technical assistance, and second one is collaboration and information and knowledge sharing. Third one is networking and capacity building. Next one, please. From this year to 2027, CTCN identified 2 enablers for system transformation and 5 transformation areas. I think that, for example, the building and resilient infrastructure, and then the application of digital technologies, the digitalization are very relevant to the DRR and resilience. Yeah, next one, please. Okay, so I got 2 guiding questions. So first one is about the challenges. I'll introduce briefly. In strengthening DRR and resilience in local communities, there are several issues such as leadership and institutional arrangement and capacity issue and institutional coordination issue in local communities. And also the engagement of multi-stakeholders are important. And risk-informed communication system is one challenge. And then the adoption of frontier and innovation technologies is important, and financial capacities, and then also data to drive evidence-based and risk-informed decision-making. So one big challenge. So addressing these challenges require a holistic approach that embraces the unique context of each society and communities. Yeah, next one, please. Yeah, next. Oh, yeah. Okay, the first guiding question to me is how can local communities effectively assess and prioritize their unique disaster risks, and then what strategies can they employ to enhance their resilience in the face of these challenges? So as I mentioned in the previous slide, engaging the whole community in disaster policy making and planning, and strengthening institutional arrangement capacity for the assessment and the prioritization, and institutional coordination mechanism are very important. And risk-informed communication systems, communicating risks, connecting community networks, and promoting a culture of resilience are also important. And the blue characters shows what strategies we can employ. So first one can be adoption of frontier and innovative technologies. Second one will be financial capacities and data. And then third one will be collaboration with national and local government, NGOs, CSOs through partnerships. Next one, please. The second question to me is what collaborative approaches and resources are available to local communities to build partnerships with governmental agencies, NGOs, and other stakeholders to address DRR and resilience building efforts at the grassroots level. So I would suggest first one would be cooperation through research, information, and technology sharing, resource mobilization, and exchange of lessons on good practices on DRR are essential. In particular, strategic partnerships are critical and present enormous opportunities. And second one will be collaboration with the networks and partnerships of local communities and cities. And then from now on, I can say that CTCN also doing technical assistance through national desk entity. I'll briefly introduce that. Next one, please. Okay, and then before that, I will introduce an example on the UNFCCC. There is a local communities and indigenous people platform. So this platform has been established to strengthen the knowledge, technologies, practices, and efforts of local communities and indigenous people related to addressing and responding to climate change. So, and then to facilitate the exchange of experiences and the sharing of best practices and lessons learned on mitigation and adaptation. So this can be very good example of platform regarding the local communities to respond to the climate change. Next one, please. Actually, as you know, the citizen is mainly working with technologies, but here I can really highlight the importance of the data here. Actually, the next speaker, I think that he will deliver mainly on technologies, so I'll skip this slide, but here I will again highlight the importance of the integrated, robust, reliable, and quality and timely disaggregated data systems. Next one, please. Okay, actually, as I mentioned, the CTCN work on DRR and resilience through digitalization. So far, CTCN has supported 39 technical assistants in globally, and then we invested $6 million US so far, and we developed 18 digital tools. Next one, please. Okay, the first, there are 39 cases, but first one, it shows the Mali case. So it is about the development of agro-meteorological information tools and process for decision-making in the agricultural sector. Next one, please. Yeah, I will skip this one. Next one, please. Yeah, second case, the example of citizen TAs in Thailand. So it is strengthening Bangkok's early warning system to respond to climate-induced flooding. Next one, please. Yeah, it briefly introduce what is the content of the TA in Thailand. Next one, please. Okay, the final case is Granada case. It is about improvement of water supply management through GIS-based monitoring and control system for water loss reduction. Yeah, next one, please. So this slide shows the content of the Granada digitalization technical assistance. Okay, yeah, next one, please. Okay, this slide shows the donors, the UNFCCC. And next one, please. Okay, thank you for your attention, and then you can contact me through this email. Thank you.
Thank you, Suil, and welcome to Songdo. So lovely to have another United Nations partner here in our community, and you gave us just an insight into the great work that the Climate Technology Centre and Network of UNEP is doing. And interesting to reference that it is very much linked to the overall UNFCCC process, and we heard from our previous speaker, Ms. Loretta, that the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, beginning on the 30th of November, again is a very important meeting, and also important to note that at this COP, they expect 1,000 city leaders to be there. So the voice of local government is getting louder and more influential. I think you really showed some of the key areas. You introduced them as both challenges and opportunities. In many ways, that's appropriate, as they are two sides of the same coin. You reference the need for stronger leadership and more political commitment. Again, a recurring theme from all the presentations, governance systems that are fit for purpose, a need to strengthen engagement across sectors and communities. As David was speaking in the first presentation, a need to improve our ability to connect and communicate important messages, and to facilitate the adoption of technology. It's no good if they just sit on the shelf. They need to live and work in the real world. And again, another recurring theme, the importance of finance and the capacity to manage, to broker and manage finance. And those three examples at the end, quite different contexts: Mali, Bangkok, and the Caribbean island of Grenada. But again, really good. Of the 24 projects that the Centre has been working on, there were three examples of innovation and technology working in the real world in terms of supporting risk-informed decision-making in agriculture in Mali, flood management in Bangkok, and more resilient water supplies in Grenada. So, Mr. Suil, thank you for doing all that in 10 minutes. Well done. Terrific, terrific. So we now move to our fourth speaker, who again will be a video intervention. And this is from Mr. Rajib Shaw. And Rajib is a professor of the Graduate School of Media and Governance in Keio University in Japan. And Rajib will talk about the technological application for climate change and disaster risk reduction, particularly how this is a pathway, an actionable pathway, as David spoke earlier, of reducing the vulnerability of communities. So if we could please have the video from Rajib. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Sorry that I cannot be present, and also the timing was not suitable. So let me share my thoughts through this recorded video. I will be talking on the technology regime in disaster and climate resilience. I'm a professor in Keio University. My name is Rajib Shaw, and apart from my academia hats, I also work very closely with the UN system for the Science Technology Advisory Group, also with IPCC on the climate change assessment report. With startup and innovation, I have my own startup, work with young entrepreneurs, and also my main learning also come from the grassroots work through my NGOs, non-government organization. Let me put the context in the sense like many of you must be knowing about this World Economic Forum. the global risk outlook. This was 2020. Every year in January, this particular report is released. So you can see the green color is the environmental risk. And what we are seeing that in recent years, the environmental risk become more prominent in terms of likelihood as well as impact. What are those environmental risks? These are the disasters, extreme weather, then climate action, failure, biodiversity losses, and so on. This is 2020. 21, when we already had the COVID-19, so of course the infectious disease became one of the major risks. But likely, if you look at these two new risks which are arising, what is the digital power concentration and digital inequality, which is called the digital divide, that becomes a major risk, and the likelihood is more increasing. 2022, the cybersecurity and the digital inequality still remains very high, while the other environmental risk with climate, extreme weather, and biodiversity are one of the top three. So what does it say is more we are becoming digitally connected, or more our dependency increases on the different types of digital tools. So there has been this increase in the digital accessibility to the people and those who doesn't have it. It's not only just the developed and the developing country. There is an urban-rural divide. There is an age divide. There is possibly a gender divide also. If you see this year report, the new risk became the energy supply and the cost of living. And of course, it is contributed to the prolonged Russia-Ukraine war. So only within 4 years, 2021, 22, and 23, but we are seeing that new type of risks are arising. We have digital divide, we have power concentration, we have cybersecurity, we have energy crisis, food pricing, and these are also emerging risks. So my main point here is that when you talk about the disasters or climate risk, we need to think about repositioning disaster and climate risk in the global risk landscape, which is very much evolving. My second context is we have been doing some work with LCVR, the publisher which publish different types of journals. I personally am the editor-in-chief of a journal called Progress in Disaster Science. But what we found is that if you look at the overall publications, research publications globally, there is a mismatch between the countries which have the highest number of casualty have possibly the lowest number of publications. So there is again a north-south divide in the research capacities. And this is quite worrying to me. We talk about the internet users, the different types of digital media penetration. Of course, Asia is one of the largest one because of the high population. But if you look at these digital internet users over last 10 plus years, yes, both urban and rural are increasing, but this gap between urban and rural, which is around 20 to 25%, that gap remains the same. So one of the, again, key challenges that how we can make the digital tools more inclusive. In Japan, our current Prime Minister Kishida in 2022 launched this digital Denentoshi, which is to promote what we call the regional revitalization through digitalization and also try to understand the capacities in the local government, especially in the small and medium-sized cities. And that's a very, very crucial factor. So with those three background, one is risk landscape change, complex risk landscape. Number two is a barrier on the research promotion between developed and developing countries, and this major urban-rural digital divide. Now let me give you some examples of some of the tools what we are working, some of the technologies we are working both on disaster and climate resilience. Citizen science has been very popular in most of the cases, like say, for example, in environment field, biodiversity field, but we have not been able to make that much of use of citizen science in disaster and the climate field. This is a small tool which we develop to understand the inundation flooding. So you take the photograph of the inundation of the height or inundation level of the wheels, like say on any vehicle, say for example, car or two-wheeler or the buses and so on. And it automatically, with augmented reality, AR, it calculates the height of that particular inundation, and it gives a specific color coding, 30 centimeter blue, 30 to 50 centimeter yellow, more than 50 centimeter red. And with the GPS positioning, you can have these dots in the map. So it shows that which part of the city are inundated, and that actually helps to navigate traffic during this type of inundation flooding, which is becoming very common in most of the developing countries. Water is a major issue, as we understand that the water usage in the urban area is a major challenge. And we, the so-called the urban residents, are rather insensitive to the water usage because our dependency on water is through the water meter or water bill which we pay. So this is some tools which we developed, like the app which you can set up your weekly water target, and then automate based on your number of people in your family, and this app will automatically send you some message that you have reached X percentage of your water target in this particular week. What tap aerator is quite common in Japan and possibly in many other countries, like it actually mix with water and air, so that the flow seems very fast, or flow of water seems very voluminous, but it actually saves quite a bit of energy. We actually deal with some of these water-related challenges and solutions in our book called Urban Drought, which you are seeing here. I worked also with this particular company. This is a startup company in Japan, which talks on the AI-based water solutions, and it is more the AI is used for the purification. So without any specific water source, this wash, what you are seeing here, this is for the hand wash, and this water box which you are seeing here, this is for the taking shower. So this is a 20-liter water with wash, and you can continuously having hand wash, and this water box is 200 liter of water where you can actually take shower, and this is very much useful after a disaster when people take shelter in the schools and there is no shower facilities there. Energy is another sector possibly which needs lots of new innovation. Again, working with some of the startup called Headspring, we are trying to understand the implication of this multiple residential storage battery. So one of the major problem what we see in major disasters is that when the larger grid, the electricity supply is cut off, how you can maintain in the smaller grid, in the smaller unit, especially for the very important critical facilities like hospitals, schools, the government buildings, and so on. So this is the storage battery, which are in the normal time, you can actually use your EVs for charging this type of batteries. And these are also linked to the solar panel. So when the larger grid is cut off, so this particular high storage battery can actually serve for several days to supply energy to the critical infrastructure. Heat wave is another challenging issue. This year has been very, very hot here, and whether it is in Europe, whether it is in North America, whether it is in different parts of Asia, we have seen very strong heat wave. And this is a company which we are working on the heat-resistant paint, which actually reduces the surface temperature to 13 to 15 degrees. Not only that, when we use it for the buses, it can be used in public buildings like the school buildings or the government offices. It actually you will not need an air condition, and there is an energy saving around 20 to 23%. Again, there are many different types of technologies which are available, but possibly we need to make it more affordable and accessible. So there are many technologies, many new innovations, and I strongly believe that the role of youth and the young professionals are very important. So I use this particular word called sciencepreneurship, which is the science-based entrepreneurship, which actually links the private sector and the policy through different types of research, innovation, knowledge. In my startup also, which is called RICA, Resilience Innovation Knowledge Academy, which is a India-based startup, we try to address some of these issues. I would like to end this presentation through this particular concept of Society 5.0, which we try to practice in Japan, which is a very highly technology-driven, people-centric society, where lots of AI-based solutions will be used for having better comfort, having better vitality, having better high-quality life at different sectors. And this Society 5.0, why it is 5.0 is, one was the hunting society, 2 was agriculture, 3 was industry, 4 is information, the current society where we are, and 5 will be a futuristic society. So my point here is that we have lots of technology, but to make this technology applicable, there are lots of walls which needs to be broken, or at least some holes need to be made in those walls. I give you 5 examples here, like the ministries or the agencies, different verticals that we need to possibly overcome, the legal system, the technology itself has a wall, that how we can make it available, accessible, affordable, human resource to use the technology, and finally the social acceptance. So it was a very short intervention, but whatever I just mentioned can be seen in 2 of our books, which is on the emerging technologies in disaster resilience, left-hand side, and the Society 5.0 digital transformation and disasters on the right-hand side. These are some of my contact details with website, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Please feel free to reach me on also my email if you have any questions or suggestions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. Well, again, lots to reflect on. Rajiv talked about the dynamic nature of the risk landscape and how digital and cyber issues are becoming more and more important on that risk landscape, and the potential for the adverse use of technology. And when we are focused on the opposite focus in terms of how technology can improve things, but there is a worrying flip side. And then Rajiv talked about the many divides, the divide between the developing and developed worlds, urban, rural, age, gender, and towards the end there he was talking about walls, and I think this is something we need to keep in mind as we really fill ourselves with a sense of purpose and a sense of optimism in terms of innovation, that we really need to sort of address many structural issues for it to become really scalable and transformational. It's a new word for me, science-preneurship. I need to practice saying that. I love that, science-based entrepreneurship, and Rajiv's work and his team are really reaching out to bridge that research gap to tap into the researchers and the universities that perhaps don't have the profile of other universities. And then 3 really good examples from Japan in terms of water management. Miss Loretta talked about the challenge of too much, too little, the recycling of water example, how secondly energy could be better protected in terms of smaller grids within the larger grid. And then that third example of the heat-resistant paint that could really reduce energy consumption. So Rajiv concluded saying we're looking towards a technologically driven, people-centric society 5.0. So quite aspirational and inspiring words from Professor Rajiv Shaw from Keio University in Japan. So that brings us to our final speaker, my colleague to my far left, to your far right, Mr. Samuel Dana, who is the Associate Capacity Development Expert for the UN Project Office on Governance. And Dana, you will talk to us about how we can scale up innovative resilience building initiatives within cities, leveraging digital technologies and governance frameworks. So over to you, please. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you very much, Andy, for the kind introduction. Sorry, I have to use this podium because the tech team just informed me to use the pointer so that it will minimize their tax. So thank you very much and welcome to this session again. And I really appreciate your attention so far. I know it's sometimes boring listening to sometimes many presentations, especially being the last presenter, but I'll try my best to make it as snappy as possible. So it's just a build-up on my presentation yesterday, and I'm trying to reintroduce to you or introduce to you another knowledge product, which is the handbook on strengthening resilience in the handbook on strengthening resilience in cities and local communities through innovation and digital government. This is one of the handbooks as part of the series UNPOG, UNDESA produced with CRELA, the Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. And as I mentioned yesterday, so this is just the outline. I will not want to bore you with that. So the handbook series is just supposed to complement our work in building and strengthening capacities of member states. And we are always open to work with you. And as you all know, we are requesting you to look at the knowledge products we have already. And for your information, this particular handbook on strengthening resilience is a build-up on the training toolkit we already have on risk-informed governance and innovative technologies for disaster risk reduction and resilience. So just for your information, we mentioned what the knowledge or this handbook series seeks to do. It promotes the governance aspect, especially trying to help local government authorities as well as stakeholders be able to strengthen their capacities, as well as providing the innovative tools and strategies and cases that are very relevant for this process. And issues about strengthening resilience and disaster risk reduction have even become more paramount or even more critical in this age where every day there are several disasters occurring. And I think these are just the objectives. I've mentioned them, and they try as much as possible to provide all the tools that are necessary to build the capacities and also provide readiness for governments, especially local governments, on effective, accountable, and inclusive societies. So, as mentioned, you just want to know that there are 6 in number, and one of the third of the one led by UNPOG, that is on your far right, is the one I'm trying to highlight at this time, and it's on strengthening resilience in cities and local communities. And this also complements our session today, and if you need more information on it, it's also available. So these are the other ones. I will not want to delve into them. There are 6, as I mentioned, 3 produced by UNPOG and 3 produced by CRILA, or led or coordinated by the CRILA. And for your information, this handbook on strengthening resilience has 6 chapters. It has the introductory chapter on strengthening resilience, smart cities, and inclusive, providing inclusive cities and local communities. And it ends with recommended or the key recommendation for promoting resilience in cities. And these handbooks contribute to specific SDGs. The SDGs 11, SDGs 9, SDGs 16, as well as SDGs 13 on climate action. So what it tries to do is that issues about strengthening, having infrastructure, and also making sure that we have building innovative cities, and all those key components are highlighted in this handbook. And it also goes to complement the previous handbook we already produced on risk-informed governance and innovative technologies for disaster risk reduction. And I want to also mention that I'm happy to also mention that this handbook especially was co-produced and in partnership with UNDRR. So Andy, your office, we had this together, just for your information. And we've been partnering on many other activities in the past until this time. So as I mentioned before, so these are the just highlights of the chapter. And all these handbooks and details of it are available on our website at www.unpog.org, as well as you can access it from CRILA's website and also from UN Habitat. This was also done in conjunction or in partnership with UN Habitat. And the handbook and other handbooks as part of the series are all available on the UN Public Administration Network website. So I want to say that you are always invited, and we look forward to engaging you more on this, because we want to make sure that our capacity development activities are demand-driven and need-based. And this will be able to enhance their effectiveness, as well as make sure that they are more sustainable and impactful. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dana. Well, very short, succinct, and substantive. So just to briefly sum up what Dana just presented, here is a handbook series that is, if you like, a usable reference for local governments and communities to sort of really address some of the key challenges around resilience. In particular, the focus of this session, digital, the opportunities around digital innovation, which is a really important area, as all of our speakers have highlighted. And I'm just going to pick up on one word and re-emphasize it, the word of inclusion. And I think if we just think of that in terms of all of the capacities, all of the wisdom that we are not currently accessing and making use of in terms of our efforts to increase resilience and sustainable development, well, that's something that we can really look forward to transforming our current approaches. So I've been asked by our organisers that we have to end at 10:30, but that still leaves us 12 minutes before we have a health break, as I see it's called in the agenda. So we have 2 questions that have come in. Thank you, colleagues, for putting the questions in big font. I forgot my glasses, but I can read it nice and clearly. So the first question is to Mr. Suil. How can we control budget waste? Well, this is a tough one. And really address issues of even corruption when it comes to disaster risk reduction. I think the question is maybe at a fundamental level, how can we be more efficient, more effective, and more accountable in terms of our actions? Would you like to take a go at that one, Mr. Sewell? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, my maze is biotechnology and other international collaboration, but actually I'll answer to this question. How can we control budget waste example, corruption when it comes to DLL. I would say that, like one of the key word for this is we should have transparent systems. So I think that such a to really have a strong transparency system, I think that we should have a report monitoring and reporting system very well. So all the data and should be well collected and then reported, and then it should be like shared transparently. So I would say that yes, such a bookkeeping and then monitoring and reporting system are really key component for the transparent systems. Yep.
Thank you, sir. A very good response to a challenging but appropriate question. So our second question in from online audience is to David. I hope you can hear us and you're still online, David. And the question is how we can sort of combine enhanced digital infrastructure and artificial intelligence to really make a difference in terms of reducing disaster risk. It's a very big question, but maybe if you could just pick out one element of the opportunity, the transformational pathways ahead of us that you reference in your excellent opening. David, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things that people have been asking for is we can do risk assessments, but people don't have an intuitive sense of what are these impacts likely to look like. And so there's been a call for a lot of people to go beyond the assessment to scenarios and understanding. I'm going to touch back on that point I made about the choices. So artificial intelligence, generative AI kind of adds that creative element to being able to not only have an understanding of the nature and extent of vulnerability and exposure, but to then get a sense of what an intervention can actually do to the level of impact or the level of severity. And so I think if you think of the ideas of that there is so much data out there, there is so much information that we have trouble transforming it into the knowledge and interpretation that lets us move forward. I think it's that creative element of helping us as individuals, as groups, get an understanding and in some cases a visualization of these scenarios as they may play out. With that, there is quite a bit of financing. There is quite a bit of capability to intervene at all levels. But some of those finances and resources are sitting on the sideline because people don't know where to target. And so I think what's going to happen is with this idea of going one step beyond the assessment to understanding and playing with the AI and others to understand what those scenarios could be, it actually is going to make it easier to position the finances. Well, that will then underpin the ability to take action. So I hope that helped.
Thank you, David.
Together.
Well done. And I think that point of not just creating new dots, so to speak, but connecting existing dots is an important point. So thank you for that answer. And I think we have one more question, which I will take as our last question, just to leave 2 minutes to sum up, and it's addressed to myself or Dana, but it's quite a tough question, so I'm going to hand it over to Dana here. And the question is, Dana, how are representatives or institutions on the ground involved in disseminating early warning to people, and what is I think the question is basically saying, what does an effective early warning system that saves lives and protects assets, what does it look like and how does it work? Could you take a stab at that, Dana, please?
Okay, I'll attempt an answer, and thank you very much to the questioner. I think issues about early warning system is very key and very important, especially as the UN Secretary General recently last year mentioned that it should be very important to get everybody covered by early warning system by 2027. And I think it's even becoming more urgent with the recurring disasters and crises around us, whether it is in natural hazards or they are man-made, we still find it. But I think engaging the process of engaging or effectively engaging representatives as something that is very important for stakeholder engagement, as we always mention, with our whole of society approach, is that we should make sure that the engagement is transparent. That's one way. And make sure that we create the enabling environment that is conducive for people to be engaged. Sometimes you can make the information available, but it doesn't engage them well. So we're creating the enabling environment and make sure that those processes are not cumbersome. They are simple and they are friendly. The other one is that we can also use innovative tools to really engage people, and that promotes the transparency and also promotes the effectiveness and efficiency, because sometimes we can use some technological tools and platforms that can even bring people together, and there are ways we can really do that. And there are other systems, whether at the community or at the country level, we should make the right policies and programs, and even bring in the right institutional arrangement and frameworks to be able to guide and support this. So we need all these pillars to be able to do that. And in the end, I think the processes should be guided by commitment and will of the leaders or initiators of the engagement process. So I think these are some of the points I would just want to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. Again, really insightful response to a big question. So just as we're wrapping up, I would like to see if there's any questions in the room. We have 3 minutes and 4 hands. I'm not very good at maths, but maybe I don't think that will work so well. So I will take one question, and then what I suggest, if you have a question for the live people, the 3 of us here, just come up to the stage and ask us directly. I saw that person. Yes, you. Yes, I saw you. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses, so apologies for me being a little bit rude. Please, could you introduce yourself, make a very short question, and we'll give it over to the panel. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Joseph, and I'm from Solomon Islands. My question goes to David. How can indigenous knowledge and modern climate science be integrated and harmonized effectively to address and enhance resilience and disaster risk reduction? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. There's been several examples where, like crowdsourcing, there is historical knowledge, observation, storytelling, and evidence in the cultural context that can be identified and has been identified that shows the trends in changes in local conditions that can be recognized as evident, like scientific evidence, not just anecdotal, but actually given that credibility to be identified as quote unquote legitimate scientific data. It's been particularly true in coastal communities and others who have that long history And when we are looking for the evidence for changes in trends of changes in water levels or sea level rise or the historical frequencies of storms or events, there's a lot of information that is captured within cultures. That information can be transformed into records, and traditional and complicated sensors that we have today can also be manipulated in a way that that information can be blended. It often gives a lot of the science and technology solutions, satellites and drones and sophisticated models and things in our applications, they're nice and they're sometimes predictive, even the early warnings. You can always put out a warning. But what you can't always do is validate it and verify it at the local level. And that's where particularly that knowledge and context matched with the more technical magic turns it into reality. It provides that validation and verification. Consequently, that then gives greater science confidence. People often talk about the uncertainty in a prediction or the uncertainty in a model. I'd like to say that bringing that cultural knowledge along with the science observations and models gives not a measure of uncertainty, but a measure of certainty, which again allows us to take the actions moving forward. Examples have existed for, again, island communities. I remember the Arctic Council when they captured information about how the coasts were melting and they were on the front line of climate change. And it was recognized that they could match that with all the fancy sensors and things and see how to interpret it and again validate it, that became a much more powerful tool in the trust of the climate models. So that's just an example and a context to putting them together. The other component of this is no matter where the city or community is, there is language and understanding that needs to be owned by members of that community. And there are demographics, stories of the elders, the way we communicate amongst gender, that all of the technology must be put in a cultural context. So the other element of this is the translation into cultural context makes the science and technology not only evidence-based, but actually accepted and understandable. So those are a couple of aspects. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, David. I think two really important words there, acceptance and ownership for the effectiveness of any support is really critical. So thank you, everybody. I've been given a warning message that I have to wrap up the session from my colleagues. So let me just briefly thank David, Loretta, Suil, Rajib, and Dana for your excellent interventions. It was a terrific session that really, I think, left us with the feeling and the ambition that we have within our grasp, particularly if we make the right choices, an ability to transform our future towards a better future. And we can indeed move from not only surviving, but to thriving and to unstick this slowness and tap the great wealth of knowledge that is out there. So my name is Andy McElroy from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. It's been my pleasure to moderate this session, special session 3, and I will hand back to our MCs. Thank you very much.
This is the end of special session 3. I would like to thank Mr. Andy McElroy and all the panelists and to our audience for your invaluable contributions and active engagement. We will now take the health break. for 10 minutes, and we will gather here again at 10:45 a.m. sharp. And at 10:45 a.m., we will participate in the Local Governance and Partnerships Forum. Thank you, and enjoy the refreshments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Local Governance and Partnerships Forum will start soon. May I respectfully ask you to take your seats?
Please allow me to make a small announcement. Due to the weather conditions, participants are still on their way to Convencia. So we will start in 10 minutes at 11 a.m. Please continue to enjoy your refreshments. Thank you very much for your patience. Welcome to the Local Governance Partnerships Forum. Please allow me to introduce Ms. Yoon-suk Lee, Senior Program Management Expert at the United Nations Project Office on Governance of DPIDG UNDESA, to introduce this forum.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Yoon-suk Lee, Senior Program Management Expert of UNPOZ, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Local Governance and Partnership Forum to explore practical policy for sustainable development goals at the local level. For the SDG localization, stakeholder engagement is critical to ensure that local and national governments make a difference on the ground. This new forum at 7th Regional Symposium will provide an opportunity to foster active partnership among national research institutions, local and regional governments, national government ministries, and non-governmental organizations. It will also aim to share practical experiences that local and regional governments can adapt them under various circumstances, such as economic, social, and natural resources. This forum will progress roundtable session with 6 national research institutions of Republic of Korea in the morning. After lunch, our distinguished international speakers will share their insightful experiences on SDG implementation. Before we start, I would like to introduce 2 distinguished participants, Professor Ki-hyun Hwang at Sungcheol University and Professor Myung-jin Lee at the same Sungcheol University. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to move to round the session on promoting effective local governance and partnership, and Mr. Myung-jae Moon, Underwood Distinguished Professor in Yonsei University, and also taking the responsibility of Director of Institute of Future Government Committee, will be facilitated for this session. Mr. Moon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I was told that this program is being broadcast through YouTube. Well, this symposium is 3 days event, and there are a lot of sessions we had, and then there will be some other sessions today. And I think this particular panel will be really a cream of the cake of the symposium. And this is a very unusual event that we have. There are 6 public institutions. There are 6 speakers we have as a panelist who represent very important institutions in Korea. And we'll talk about the localization of SDGs. And we have a lot of consulted efforts done by central government, local government, civic societies, and also people. And today we'll discuss very important topics as all together. And let me just introduce the panelists first, and then I will introduce one by one for their presentations. From my left-hand side, President of Korea Institute of Public Administration, President Choi Sang-han. And then and President Dong-ho Oh, who is the President of Korea Island Development Institute, Republic of Korea. And then the center, President Seung-jong Lee, who is President of Samuel Foundation. Thank you. And then next, Vice President Ju Jae-bok, who is Vice President of Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. And then next, Vice President Seok-jin Kim, who is Vice President of Korea Local Information Research and Development Institute. And then far left, who is Woo Jung Choi, who is the Division Head of National Disaster Management Research Institute, Republic of Korea. Well, without further ado, let me just introduce the first speaker. First speaker is President Choi Sang-han, who will talk about the, let me see, I do have the title here. Oh, yeah. KIPA, his institute, KIPA's capacity building programs. And KIPA has been doing a lot of programs as part of the ODA and capacity building programs. And I think he will share some of the programs KIPA has been doing so far. President Choi.
네. 안녕하십니까? 한국행정연구원 원장 최상한입니다. 저는 한국말로 하겠습니다. 오늘 리저널 심포지엄에 이런 많은 지역의 각 아시아 태평양 국가에서 오신 여러분들을 환영합니다. 그리고 제가 아시는 분들도 많이 와 계세요. 몽골리아에서도 오셨고 인도네시아에서도 오셨고 우즈베키스탄에서도 오신 거로 알고 있습니다. 제가 오늘 여러분들에게 간단하게 말씀드릴 것은 저희 한국행정연구원을 소개하고 한국행정연구원이 오늘 이 지역 심포지엄과 어떤 연관성이 있느냐에 대해서 간단하게 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국행정연구원은 국무총리 산하의 국가정책연구기관입니다. 저희들은 박사 50분 그리고 석사, 학사 한 100여 명이 구성원으로 있고 주로 연구는 행정, 조직, 정부 조직 진단, 정부 업무 평가, 국가 규제, 그리고 글로벌 리더십, 갈등 관리, 재난 안전 등을 연구를 하고 있습니다. 주로 개발도상국 대상으로는 이런 분야에 있어서 특정한 국가와 협약을 해서 저희들이 공무원 역량 강화 프로그램을 진행하고 있습니다. 현재는 몽골리아와 우즈베키스탄, 인도네시아, 베트남, 르완다 등 여러 나라들과 계속 진행하고 있습니다. 아마 여기 참석하신 많은 분들 중에서는 한국 대학에서 지금 공무원으로서 교육받고 계신다고 들었습니다. 여러분들께서 한국의 국책연구기관들을 관심을 많이 가져주시고요. 한국에는 지금 현재 26개의 국책연구기관이 있습니다. 각 분야가 이게 다르지만 저희 행정 부분에 있어서는 적어도 한국행정연구원이 여러분들과 공무원 역량 강화에 관해서는 함께 할 수 있다고 봅니다. 그리고 저 다음으로 나오실 여러 원장님들은 또 이 국가연구기관에서 그 나름대로의 특징이 있는 프로그램과 개도국 사업을 하고 있기 때문에 많은 관심을 가져주셨으면 고맙겠습니다. 향후 저희들은 앞으로 개발도상 국가의 공무원들 역량 강화를 위해서 더욱더 열심히 하려고 하고 있기 때문에 여러분들이 언제든지 전화나 이메일로 연락 주시면 저희들이 할 수 있는 한 힘껏 같이 협력하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you, President Choi, sharing what has been the institute has been doing, and as President Choi mentioned, there are a lot of programs KIPA has been doing for different countries in different regions, and though it's not training institute, but they have been doing a lot of consultations, and then training leadership training programs for particularly capacity building purposes. So. If you are interested in future consultation in general public administration issues such as human resource development, regulatory reform, and leadership development, and then KIPA might be a really good resource. Thank you. Well, let me introduce the second speaker. Second speaker is President Dong-ho Oh, who was former president of the National Human Resource Development Institute, and then now he is the Korea Island Development Institute. His presentation will be on Island in Korea, Response Strategies for Sustainable Future.
네, 안녕하세요. 한국섬진흥원의 오동호 원장입니다. 섬, 아일랜드, 여러분들 아시죠? 가슴이 설레이시죠? 섬이란 무엇인가에 대한 질문을 가지고 그 다음에 우리나라 섬이 가지고 있는 현실들 또 앞으로의 대응 전략에 대해서 간략히 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 우리에게 섬은 무엇일까요? 섬의 가치는 여러 가지가 있을 겁니다. 생태 문명 시대로 들어오면서 섬의 가치가 재발견되고 있습니다. 우리 한국이 섬에 관한 숫자에 있어서 세계적인 강국이기도 합니다. 섬 자체가 이제 글로벌 자산이 되고 있고 브랜드가 되어가고 있는 시기입니다. 여러분들 섬이 가지고 있는 가치는 여러 가지가 있죠. 기본적인 가치, 가장 중요한 것은 영토의 경계선이 될 수도 있고 또 수산자원, 관광 레저 자원 이런 플러스 요즘 새로운 자원들이 나타나고 있습니다. 문명의 자원, 생태 자원, 또 새로운 산업의 자원으로 나오고 있죠. 제 얼굴보다는 화면에 있는 사진들을 봐주세요. 아주 아름다운 우리 경렬 비열도라는 한국 서남단에 있는 경계가 되는 섬이기도 하고 요즘 한국의 많은 섬들은 다리로 연결을 하고 있습니다. 우리 서남해안 지역의 고흥에서 여수에 이르는 한 100리길을 이리 다리로 연결해서 아름다운 행사들도 열리고 있습니다. 우리 통영 경남의 남해안에 있는 욕지도라는 섬입니다. 여러분 아름답죠? 아름다운 섬에는 큰 박수 한번 보내주세요. 섬으로 가는 길에 저렇게 벽하에 그 지역에 살고 있는 분들의 얼굴을 넣기도 하고, 저 뒤에 있는 동백나무는 실제로 마당 안에 있는 나무입니다. 저도 저 길을 지나면서 사진을 찍기도 했습니다. 가운데 있는 사람이 벽화가 아니고 바로 저입니다. 저 같아 보입니까? 당사도라는 조그만 섬입니다. 여러분 이 섬의 사진을 보고 많이 느끼시죠? 비록 작은 면적이지만 저 안에 사람이 살고 있고 길이 있고 숲이 있고, 그래서 또 공동체가 형성되어 있고 삶의 터전인 바다와 여러 가지 염전도 있습니다. 이렇게 아름다운 섬이지만 우리나라든 또 세계적으로 섬이 여러 가지 당면한 문제를 갖고 있습니다. 그죠? 사람들은 떠나가고 있고 또 섬은 소멸되고 있는 것이 가장 큰 문제점입니다. 여러 가지 면에서 이제 섬이 없어지고 있죠. 특히 우리 남태평양에 있는 많은 섬들이 그러한 지금 상황에 직면해 있습니다. 요 근래 UN 사무총장께서 지금은 이제 지구 온난화의 시대가 아니고 지구 열대화의 시대다라고 선언할 정도로 지구가 뜨거워지고 있습니다. 거기에 살고 있는 사람들은 여러 가지 이유로 떠나가고 있습니다. 섬도 소멸되고 있는 것이죠. 가장 큰 문제는 고령화되고 있고 인구 수도 감소되고 있고, 그러다 보니까 우리 지구 온난화와 관련해서 관계가 없는 우리나라지만은 자꾸 무인도 숫자가 늘어나고 있는 것이 우리의 현실입니다. 뭐 이런 공공 인프라들이 가장 부족한 것이 섬이 갖고 있는 어느 나라 할 것 없이 많은 현실적인 문제들이죠. 그렇지만 우리가 여기에 이제 머물러 있을 수는 없습니다. 새로운 발전 전략을 마련해야 됩니다. 그것을 하기 위해서 키디, 우리 한국섬진흥원이 만들어졌습니다. 한국섬진흥원은 정부가 만든 섬 전문 연구 국책 기관입니다. 2020년에 섬발전 촉진법이라는 것에 근거를 두어서 2년 전에 제가 초대 원장으로 임명을 받아서 지금 출범을 해서 열심히 섬에 관한 연구 진흥 사업을 추진하고 있습니다. 위치에 있는 곳이 우리 인천에서 저 끝까지 가면은 목포라는 도시가 있습니다. 거기 목포 앞에 저렇게 아름다운 흰색 화이트 앤 블루 건물로 있는 것이 우리 한국섬진흥원입니다. 혹시 목포에 오시면 여러분들 오세요. 웰컴. 한국섬진흥원은 섬에 관해서 각 부처, 중앙부처라든지 지방자치단체 이것을 연결하는 컨트롤 타워 역할을 하기 위해서 만들어졌습니다. 여러 가지 해야 될 일들이 많이 있습니다만은 정부가 만든 섬 전문 연구 기관으로서는 세계 최초입니다. 그래서 국제적인 글로벌 섬 전문 연구 기관이 되어야 되겠다라는 미션 하에 섬에 관한 연구, 정책 개발, 또 교육, 그다음에 여러 가지 네트워킹 사업도 같이 하고 있는 것이 우리 한국섬진흥원입니다. 그것을 위해서 종합 마스터 플랜도 만들었습니다. 섬에 관한 지속적인 발전을 위한 여러 가지 대응 전략이 각국에서 논의되고 있습니다. 크게 4가지 키워드를 중심으로 논의가 되고 있는 것 같습니다. 우리 오늘의 주제하고도 관련되어 있습니다만 첫 번째는 지속 가능한 개발입니다. 이제 두 번째는 섬이 섬으로서만 머무는 것이 아니고 국가의 새로운 미래 성장 동력으로 작용할 수 있다는 것입니다. 그다음에 이제 섬에 대해서는 스마트 아일랜드라는 컨셉으로 다가가야 된다는 것이고, 또 섬은 각 나라만의 문제가 아니고 글로벌 이슈입니다. 그래서 새로운 뉴 글로벌 거버넌스가 구축되어야 한다는 것입니다. 그래서 그 관련해서 우리 한국에서도 지속 가능한 개발을 위해서 각 섬 지역의 그 특성에 맞는 사업들을 추진하고 있습니다. 섬을 국가의 미래 성장 동력으로 만들기 위해서는 거기에 공장을 세울 수는 없는 것입니다. 섬 특성에 맞도록 새로운 아이디어를 만들고 또 새로운 어떤 에너지라든지 하는 산업 자원을 만들어 가는 것이 중요하겠습니다. 섬 지역에는 이제 기존의 방식으로는 한계에 다다랐습니다. 거기에 다리를 놓고 토목 사업을 계속할 수는 없습니다. 이제는 원격 의료라든지 원격 교육이라든지 하는 새로운 뉴 테크놀로지를 활용을 해서 섬에 새로운 생명력을 불어넣어야 됩니다. 그것이 이른바 스마트 아일랜드 팔릿입니다. 말씀드린 대로 이걸 이제 전 지구적으로 같이 협력해 나갈 때 섬이 가지고 있는 문제도 해결할 수가 있고 또 섬이 나아가야 될 발전 방향도 만들어낼 수가 있습니다. 그것을 위해서 한국 섬 포럼이라는 이름으로 섬에 관한 새로운 거버넌스를 만들어가고 있습니다. 그리스의 도서 해양부에 차관하고 만나서 협력 관계를 논하기도 했고 또 일본에는 우리 한국섬진흥원과 같은 일본 이도센터라는 기구가 있습니다. 협력 관계도 구축을 하고 앞으로 우리 한국섬진흥원이 있는 목포시 일대를 세계의 섬 연구자 또 섬 관련 공무원 또 섬 관련된 리더들이 모이는 메카로 만들어갈 계획입니다. 이 사진은 우리 동해안에 있는 아름다운 울릉도의 모습입니다. 저 마지막에 있는 구절이 우리들의 아름다운 섬은 우리 사람들의 이제 삶이고 또 미래이고 섬 자체가 하나의 우주라고 이야기했습니다. 우리 한국섬진흥원이 앞장서 나가겠습니다. 여러분 감사합니다.
네, 원장님 감사합니다. 섬진흥원에 대해서 모르셨던 분들도 굉장히 많으실 것 같은데 아마 사진을 보고 나서 한국의 섬에 가보고 싶다 이런 생각도 많이 들으셨을 것 같습니다. 여기에 계신 분들의 그 모국이 아마 섬이 있는 나라도 있고 없는 나라도 있을 텐데 섬에 많은 관심을 가져주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 인도네시아 같은 나라는 섬이 한 18,000개 정도 거의 2만 개 가까이 되고 두 번째로 섬이 많은 나라는 필리핀이 한 8,000개에서 9,000개 정도 된다고 들었습니다. 아무튼 섬 바다가 앞으로 이 지속 가능 발전에 굉장히 중요한 역할을 할 것 같고요. 특별히 섬진흥원이 국내적으로 한국에서도 나름대로 이 허브 역할을 하겠지만 오늘 발표에서 들으신 것처럼 국제적인 허브 역할을 많이 할 수 있도록 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 그러면 세 번째 발표자를 모시도록 하겠습니다. 세 번째 발표자는 지방행정연구원의 주재복 부원장님께서 발표를 하실 텐데요. 주재복 부원장님께서는 Example of Korea Local Government Innovation Policies 에 대해서 발표를 해주시겠습니다.
예, 저는 한국지방행정연구원 부원장 주재복입니다. 반갑습니다. 우리 연구원에서는 한 세 가지 내용으로 일단은 간단하게 발표를 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째는 우리 한국지방행정연구원에 대한 소개, 두 번째는 지방자치단체에 대한 지방자치단체 혁신 사례, 세 번째 우리 한국지방행정연구원에서 운영하고 있는 지방투자사업 이력관리 사업에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 먼저 우리 한국지방행정연구원에 대한 소개입니다. 우리 한국지방행정연구원은 1984년도에 설립되었습니다. 한국지방행정연구원 육성법에 따라서 설립되었고요. 설립 목적은 국가 발전 및 지방행정의 선진화와 관련된 국정 과제를 조사하고 연구하는 기관입니다. 그래서 국가 및 지방자치단체의 지방행정 정책 수립에 기여를 하고 있습니다. 주요 기능은 보시는 바와 같이 지방행정, 지방재정, 지역발전에 대한 조사 연구, 그다음에 지방투자사업 타당성 조사 평가 연구, 중앙정부, 지방자치단체, 민간단체 등에 대한 경영 진단 및 컨설팅 등입니다. 다음으로는 지방정부의 혁신 사례 두 가지를 소개해 드릴 텐데요. 첫 번째 사례는 광역자치단체 사례고 두 번째 사례는 기초자치단체 사례입니다. 먼저 서울특별시 사례입니다. 보시는 바와 같이 서울특별시에서는 서울시 챗봇으로 서울톡을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 옆에 그림에 보시는 바와 같이 서울톡에 대한 설명과 또 다양한 분야별로 어떻게 이제 접근하는지 거기에 나와 있고요. 그래서 여기는 주로 이제 접속 채널은 카카오톡 채널에 들어가서 서울톡으로 접속하시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 제공 범위는 행정정보 473종과 공공서비스 예약 등을 할 수가 있습니다. 그리고 이용 방법으로는 채팅창에서 질의어로 직접 입력을 하거나 두 번째로는 제공되는 메뉴에서 선택을 하도록 되어 있습니다. 그 그림에 보시는 바와 같이 상세하게 잘 설명이 되어 있습니다. 서울시 챗봇인 서울톡의 내용은 아까 전에 말씀드린 바와 같이 행정정보 제공과 현장 민원 접수 등 다양하게 할 수 있는데요. 예시적으로 현장 민원 접수 예시가 하나 나와 있고요. 거주자 우선 주차구역이라고 있는데 한국에 그것을 위반했을 때 어떻게 신고하는가와 관련된 거고, 두 번째는 도서관 이용과 관련된 내용이 나와 있습니다. 그리고 다음으로 서울시 챗봇인 서울톡의 이용 실적은 이게 매년 증가하고 있는데 올해도 전년 대비 이용자 수가 한 45.4% 증가했다고 합니다. 그래서 이걸 통해서 서울시에서는 실제 공무원이 처리해야 할 단순 민원 응대 및 반복 처리 업무가 좀 감소를 했고, 또한 챗봇의 상시 업무 처리 기능에 따른 시민들의 편의성이 증진되었다는 그런 성과가 있다고 알려져 있습니다. 다음으로 두 번째는 기초자치단체인 서울시 영동포구의 사례입니다. 사례명은 여성안심 빅데이터 CPTED 플랫폼입니다. 그래서 이것도 역시 이제 행정 서비스에 과학 기술과 빅데이터를 활용해서 행정 서비스를 개선한 사례입니다. 특히 서울 영동포구 사례는 기초지자체 수준에서 빅데이터와 AI 등의 과학 기술을 적용하여 특정 서비스를 제공하는 데 필요한 지방자치단체의 역할 및 협업 체계를 구체적으로 보여주고 있는 아주 좋은 사례라고 생각합니다. 여성안심 빅데이터 플랫폼의 주요 내용은 목표는 먼저 여성 안전 관련 업무 또는 데이터를 보유한 기관 간 협업 체계를 구축하고 자원을 공유하여 객관적이고 수요자 중심의 정책을 추진하는 것입니다. 그래서 다양한 기관들이 여기 참여하고 있는데요. 먼저 영동포구에서는 시스템 구축 총괄하고 여성정책 데이터를 제공하고 있습니다. 그리고 영동포 경찰서에서는 성폭력 등 여성 대상 범죄 데이터를 제공하고 있습니다. 그리고 우리 한국의 통신회사인 KT에서는 이면도로 야간 여성 유동인구 데이터를 제공하고 있습니다. 그리고 고려대학교에서는 CPTED 조성을 위한 정책 자문을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이렇게 다양한 기관들이 협업 체계를 통해서 정책을 구현한 사례입니다. 그래서 이러한 플랫폼 구축으로 실무자의 업무 편의성이 향상되었고 객관적이고 효율적인 정책 결정에 기여를 하고 있습니다. 또한 이런 AI 기반의 데이터를 분석함으로써 안전도 하락이나 상승 요인들을 우리가 찾아낼 수 있고, 그에 따라서 영동포 지역 거리 10m마다 1단계에서 5단계의 안전 등급을 이렇게 책정을 해서 위험도를 제시를 하고 있습니다. 실적과 성과는 범죄에 취약한 1인 여성 가구 대상 여성 안심 시설물, 또 IoT 기반 출입문 센서 설치 등 구체적인 사업 추진에 활용을 하고 있는데, 밑에 그림에서 보는 것 같이 플랫폼 메인 화면이 나와 있고 또 그 집집마다 문 열림 센서를 설치하는 현장 사진을 제시를 했습니다. 다음으로는 세 번째로는 우리 한국지방행정연구원에서 거기 하고 있는 지방투자 사업 이력 관리 사업입니다. 본 사업은 취지는 지방재정투자 사업은 이력관리 제도 하에서 관리되어야 한다는 그런 취지하에서 1915년부터 도입이 되었습니다. 그래서 대상이 되는 사업은 자체 투자 심사를 받은 500억 이상의 대규모 투자 사업과 행정안전부의 중앙투자 심사를 받은 사업이 대상입니다. 이런 사업들을 통해서 저희들이 이제 이력 관리를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 투자 사업 이력 관리의 도입 목적은 보시는 바와 같이 첫 번째로 투자 심사 이후에 사업 진행 상황을 모니터링하고 변경 상황을 추적하는 것입니다. 그런데 기존에는 투자 심사 이후에 지방자치단체나 중앙부처 모두 사업 진행 상황을 파악하기가 힘들었습니다. 그래서 현재는 이걸 파악을 해서 지방정부가 투자 사업의 당초 목표를 성공적으로 완수할 수 있도록 투자 사업 관리 측면에서 지원하는 데 있습니다. 세 번째로는 투자 사업 중 지연, 중단, 재정 손실 등의 문제가 발생했을 경우에 각 사업별 관리 계획을 수립하도록 지원하고 있습니다. 그래서 투자 사업 관리 이력 관리의 절차는 밑에서 보는 바와 같이 한 크게는 5개의 단계로 나눌 수 있는데 첫 번째는 자료를 입력하고 자체 평가하는 단계입니다. 그래서 지방자치단체가 현재 진행 중인 사업의 핵심 정보를 제출하고 동시에 자체 평가를 실시를 합니다. 두 번째 단계는 검토 및 평가 단계인데 행정안전부와 전문기관이 제출된 투자 사업의 정보를 검토하고 주요 위험 요인과 쟁점들을 파악을 합니다. 세 번째 단계는 관리 대상 사업을 선정하는 단계인데 행정안전부와 전문기관은 주어진 시간 및 예산 내에서 당초 사업 목록을 달성하기 어려운 투자 사업을 선정합니다. 네 번째 단계는 관리 계획을 수립하는 단계인데 지방자치단체가 성공적인 사업 수행을 방해하는 주요 쟁점과 과제를 해결하기 위해서 관리 계획을 자체적으로 수립하는 것입니다. 그렇게 되면 마지막으로 검토 및 추적을 하게 되는데 행정안전부와 중앙투자심사위원회가 관리 계획을 검토하고 승인하면서 진행 사항을 매년 추적하고 있습니다. 이상 세 가지 사례를 발표드렸는데요. 혹시 뭐 지방자치단체와 관련된 지방정부와 관련된 혁신 사례나 여러 가지 사례 우수 사례가 필요하시면은 우리 한국지방행정연구원 홈페이지에 들어오시면은 우리가 그동안 중앙정부에서 상을 받은 지방자치단체 우수 사례를 한 500개 정도를 모아놨거든요. 그래서 지방자치단체별로 또는 혁신 사례별로 쟁점별로 다 이렇게 출력해서 볼 수가 있습니다. 그래서 그걸 활용하시면은 앞으로 계신 여러분들이 많은 도움이 되지 않을까 생각합니다. 이상 발표를 마치겠습니다.
네, 부원장님 감사합니다. 부원장님 설명을 들으셨겠지만 사실 이 발표하신 중에 500개 중에 3개만 발표를 하게 됐는데 여기에 굉장히 많은 사례들이 벤치마킹 사례들이 있습니다. 여러분 관심 있으시면 그 홈페이지에 가셔서 살펴보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 거기에 가시면 디지털 기술을 활용한 여러 가지 혁신 사례도 있고요. 그다음에 일하는 방식과 관련된 그리고 서비스 제공과 관련된 혁신 사례도 있고요. 오늘 마지막에 소개하신 지방 사업 투자 관리와 관련된 이력 이런 것들은 사실 중앙정부하고 지방정부가 협업해서 어떻게 하면은 지방정부에서 일어나고 있는 여러 가지 투자 사업들을 효율적으로 그리고 효과적으로 관리할 수 있을까 이런 부분들을 자세하게 살펴보실 수가 있습니다. 다음 스피커를 모시겠습니다. 다음 스피커는 제가 오랫동안 또 존경해온 학자이셨는데 그리고 방금 주재복 부원장님께서 일하고 계신 지방행정연구원 원장님도 역임하셨고요. 지금은 여러분이 아마 한국 하면은 가장 많이 알만한 새마을 운동과 관련된 새마을 재단의 이사장님으로 계신 이승종 이사장님을 모셔서 새마을 거버넌스라는 주제로 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 제가 이 시간에 짧게 새마을 운동 그리고 새마을 운동 ODA에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 새마을 운동은 아시는 분도 많이 계시겠지만 일본 제국주의 지배 그리고 한국 전쟁으로 빈곤과 좌절에 빠져 있던 대한민국을 번영과 희망의 나라로 바꾼 역사적인 국가 개혁 운동입니다. 이 말씀을 드리는 것은 이 새마을 운동이 대한민국의 귀중한 자산일 뿐 아니라 세계가 활용할 수 있는 세계의 자산일 수 있다는 생각에서 제가 짧게 말씀을 드리겠습니다. Next. 새마을 운동은 저희가 대한민국이 세워진 지 60주년을 기념해서 서베이를 한 게 있는데 국민들에게 물어봤습니다. 한국에서 한 성과 중에 제일 1번 성과를 뽑으면 뭐냐? 그랬더니 대한민국 국민의 40% 이상이 새마을 운동이다 이렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 그러니까 우리 대한민국은 새마을 운동에 대해서 잘 알고 새마을 운동에 대해서 혜택을 입은 그런 나라입니다. 그런데 지금 외국에서는 제가 있는 새마을 재단에서는 지금 16개국 정도에서 새마을 파일럿 프로젝트를 하고 있는데 지금은 이제 예산 관계로 8개 국가를 하고 있습니다만은 외국에서는 새마을 운동의 수요가 굉장히 높습니다. 평가도 좋고. 그런데 한국은 이제 지금 조금 잘 살게 됐다고 새마을 운동에 대한 관심이 작은 상황입니다. 그래서 저는 이것을 새마을 운동의 두 얼굴이라고 그러는데 국내에서는 얼굴이 어둡고 외국에서는 얼굴이 밝고 그래서 이것은 제가 이제 국내에서도 새롭게 새마을 운동이 부흥하기를 바라면서 그런 운동을 하고 있습니다. 그런데 이제 새마을 운동과 같은 그 운동이 새마을 운동에 대해서는 약간 오해가 있을 수 있는데요. 많은 사람들이 새마을 운동은 마을 운동이다 이렇게 생각하는데 실제로 새마을 운동은 마을 운동이 아니고 국가 차원의 국가 개조 운동이었습니다. 그래서 정부도 앞장서고 주민들이 같이 참여한 가버넌스 운동이다. 이게 이제 하나고 그다음에 또 하나 오해가 어떤 분들은 새마을 운동은 탑다운 운동이다. 어떤 사람들은 바텀업 운동이다. 이렇게 얘기하는데 그게 아니고 믹스된 게 그러니까 탑다운, 바텀업이 섞여 있는 그런 창조적인 가버넌스 모델인데 그런 걸 이제 생각해야 되고 또 하나는 새마을 운동은 빈곤 퇴치 운동이라고들 많이 생각하는데 새마을 운동은 사실 빈곤 퇴치를 넘어서 비물질적인 행복을 구가하는 잘 살기 운동이었다. 이제 그런 생각을 제가 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그런데 이런 비슷한 운동이 대한민국에만 있는 게 아닙니다. 다른 나라에도 많이 있어요. 뭐 인도네시아의 뭐 고똥로용도 있고 콜롬비아의 막이라는 것도 있고 탄자니아 뭐 있고 여러 나라에 비슷비슷한 운동들이 있어요. 이스라엘에도 뭐 키부츠, 샤부츠 이런 운동이 있고 그런데 대한민국만 기적과 같은 성공을 했습니다. 저희가 1960년대 국민소득 83불 그랬다가 1970년대 242불이었던 것이 1980년에 가니까 1481불로 굉장히 그 스카이 스크래핑을 했어요. 그러니까 이런 성공을 한 이유가 도대체 뭐냐? 그것을 잘 파악을 해서 각 국가의 실정에 맞도록 운동들을 잘 전개해 나가면 다시 다 같이 잘 사는 세계가 되지 않을까 하는 생각을 합니다. 여러 가지 새마을 운동이 그럼 한국에서 왜 성공했냐 하는 성공 요인들에 대해서 많은 얘기들이 있습니다. 박정희라는 위대한 인물 그리고 마을 간의 경쟁, 국가 차원의 접근 그리고 주민들의 참여, 광범한 교육 이런 것들이 많이 있습니다. 그리고 그 이전에 대한민국의 국민들에게 많은 사람들이 소작인이었는데 이 소작인들에게 토지를 분배한 토지 개혁 이런 것들이 다 거론이 되는데 그 중에 하나를 꼽으라 그러면은 정부, 지도자, 주민들 간의 가버넌스 접근입니다. 그래서 새마을 운동을 단순히 마을 운동이 아니고 가버넌스로 접근하는 것이 굉장히 중요하다는 것을 제가 UN 가버넌스 센터에서 하는 행사이기 때문에 말씀을 드리고 그런 차원에서 여러분들도 관심을 가져주시길 바라겠습니다. 이 차원 이건 이제 넘어가겠습니다. 그런 차원에서 제가 제 기관에 있으면서 추진하고 있는 일이 있는데 저희가 한정된 예산, 한정된 인력으로 주로 뭘 했냐 하면 각 국가에서 새마을 시범 사업을 했어요. 그래서 새마을 파일럿 프로젝트라고 해서 이제 했는데 그 몇 개의 마을을 선정해서 하는 거예요. 왜 그렇게 하냐면 전국을 할 수가 없으니까 시범 사업을 통해서 그것의 결과가 확산되기를 바라서 하는 거예요. 그런데 확산이 잘 안 됩니다. 그러면은 도대체 몇 개의 시범 사업을 해야 이 필요한 나라들이 발전을 하고 번영하겠느냐 하는 의문이 생길 수 있습니다. 그래서 제가 생각한 것이 Beyond Pilot Project, National Reformation Project, 이게 Beyond Pilot Project toward National Reformation Project. 이게 그래서 국가 변혁 운동을 합니다. 그런데 국가를 변혁하려면 어떻게 되냐면은 국가의 최고 지도자 또는 광역 정부의 최고 지도자가 결심을 해야 되고 그다음에 공무원들이 변화해야 되고 정부의 기구가 설치돼야 되고 이렇습니다. 그래서 그런 운동을 했는데 마침 저희가 비엔남 정도는 국가에서 지금 노력을 하고 있고 그런데 이제 그 외에는 저희가 국가 차원에서 새마을 운동 같은 나라 하는 나라가 광범하게 하는 나라가 찾기가 어렵습니다. 근데 저희가 스리랑카가 접촉을 해서 의논을 하고 해가지고 스리랑카 금년부터 새마을 운동을 국가 차원의 운동으로 뉴 빌리지, 뉴 컨트리 무브먼을 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 대통령이 발표를 하시고 행정부에 Department of Public Administration에 국장급 기구를 설치해서 새마을 운동을 시작합니다. 이것은 사실 굉장히 획기적인 일입니다. 국가가 새마을 운동을 통해서 국부를 증진시키고 행복을 증진시키는 운동을 합니다. 또 하나 지금 추진하는 것이 중앙 아프리카 공화국, Central African Republic. 여기는 그 뚜아데하 대통령께서 한국에 오셔서 새마을 운동에 대한 요청도 하시고 그래서 거기는 대통령 직속으로 새마을위원회가 설치되고 작년 10월부터 꽈띠 코드로라는 새마을 운동을 수도 방기를 중심으로 시작을 했습니다. 앞으로 전국 차원으로 확장해 나갈 생각입니다. 그래서 이런 식으로 되고 이제 저희들하고 협력해서 앞으로 국가 차원의 새마을 운동을 해 나갈 겁니다. 각 국가의 행정부와 최고 지도자들 그리고 여러분들이 협력을 해서 새마을 운동이 단순히 한 지역의 마을 운동이 아니고 국가 전체로 전파하는 운동이 돼야만 이것이 운동을 넘어서 내셔널 리포메이션 프로젝트가 된다 이런 생각을 가지고 있습니다. 거기에 대한 어떤 플랜, 그 방법 이런 것들은 저희가 우리 직원들하고 해서 개발하고 컨설팅을 하고 있으니까 필요하시면 말씀을 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 우리 모두 행복하게 잘 사는 나라가 되기를 기원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이사장님 감사합니다. 이 한국에서 새마을 운동이 시작되고 나서 다양하게 해석되고 있지만 최근 들어서 여러 나라에서 새마을 운동의 원형들이 전파되고 또 그 나라의 발전에 큰 원동력이 되는 그런 부분들을 저희들이 알 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 제가 어릴 때도 이 새마을 운동의 3대 원칙인 근면, 자조, 협동 아직까지 외우고 있을 정도로 어릴 때부터 많이 익숙한 그런 내용들이었습니다. 아마 여러 가지로 새마을 운동에서는 지역의 리더들을 또 키우고 지금 우리가 이 UN에서 제시하고 있는 SDG 17개 목표와 관련되지 않은 것이 없을 정도로 모든 분야에 연결되는 그런 운동이었다 이렇게 생각이 들고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 모실 분은 김석진 지역정보개발연구원 부원장님이십니다. 그 김석진 부원장님께서는 울산 부시장을 역임하셨고 그 다음에 새마을 운동 재단에서도 같이 일했던 경험이 있으십니다.
예, 만나 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 저는 한국지역정보개발원 부원장 김석진입니다. 오늘 저는 우리 한국지역정보개발원에서 추진하고 있는 다양한 사업 중에서 특별히 지방정부와 민간기업 그리고 지역 주민이 함께 협력해서 지역이 당면한 문제를 해결하는 디지털 기반 지역 문제 해결 사업에 대해서 소개해 드리겠습니다. 사업 개요입니다. 디지털 기반 지역 문제 해결 사업은 디지털 기술을 활용해서 주민 참여 기반의 지역 문제 해결을 지원하는 사업입니다. 본 사업은 행정안전부와 한국지역정보개발원이 함께 추진하고 있으며 민간 대상의 공모 방식을 통해 매년 10개 내외의 과제를 선정해서 과제별 1억 정도 규모로 추진하고 있는 사업입니다. 이 사업의 가장 큰 특징은 주민이 직접 참여하는 디지털 기술을 활용한 지역 문제 해결 사업이라는 것입니다. 지역사회 주체인 주민이 지역 문제 해결을 위해서 직접 참여한다는 점과 행정 서비스 제공의 중심이 공급자 중심에서 수요자 중심으로 변화하고 있다는 점에서 본 사업의 의미가 크다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 특히 이 사업은 지역 주민과 지방정부, 민간기업 등 다양한 주체로 구성된 스스로 해결단이라는 주체를 통해서 운영을 하고 있고 지역 주민이 과제의 기획과 실행 모든 과정에 참여해서 지역 문제를 더 가까이 더 많이 들여다보고 문제 해결 방안을 모색하는 데 큰 의미가 있습니다. 예를 들어 지난해 저희들이 이 사업의 일환으로 추진했던 사례 중에서 서울시 동작구에서 추진한 전기안전 AIoT 활용한 취약계층의 전기생활안전 구축 사업에 대해서 간단히 소개해 드리겠습니다. 이 사업은 지역에 노후주택이 밀집되어 있고 취약계층인 노령 인구가 많이 거주하는 지역적 특성을 반영하여 전기안전 IoT 장비 설치를 통해서 누전으로 인한 화재나 전기재해 안전사고를 사전에 예방했던 사례가 되겠습니다. 사업 추진을 위해서 해당 지역의 주민과 전기사업에 종사하는 전문가를 대상으로 전기안전해결단을 구성하였으며 선정된 노후주택에 IoT 센서를 설치했습니다. 설치된 센서를 통해서 전기 사용 데이터를 수집하고 분석해서 전기 누전으로 인한 화재 등 안전사고 예방이 가능했습니다. 이 사업의 성공 사례로 지난해 8월 달에 장마가 많이 있었는데요. 그때 집중호우로 인해서 노후주택에 침수가 발생했는데 정전과 누전사고 이런 부분이 이제 발생을 했겠죠. 그래서 우리는 전기안전해결단과 함께 해당 지역 전기안전공사의 협업으로 재해를 사전에 예방한 사례가 있습니다. 설치된 센서를 통해 수집된 정보를 관제 시스템을 통해서 원격으로 모니터링하고 즉시 안전조치를 해서 위급한 지역에서는 현장 출동을 통해서 점검하고 침수로 인한 전기재해를 사전에 예방한 성과가 되겠습니다. 소개해드린 사례에서 확인할 수 있듯이 디지털 기반 지역 문제 해결 사업은 지역 주민과 지방자치단체 그리고 지역의 전문 기업들이 함께 참여하여 지역의 문제를 스스로 해결하는 지역 거버넌스 성공적인 사례라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 저희 한국지역정보개발원은 이 사업 외에도 지방 공무원들이 사용하는 지방행정정보 시스템의 유지관리라든지 지방정부의 디지털 플랫폼 정책 지원, 사이버 침해 대응, 보안, 자치단체 공무원들의 정보화 역량 강화 사업 등을 전담하여 추진하고 있습니다. 이상으로 발표를 마치겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다, 부원장님. 이 지역정보개발연구원은 사실 우리나라 지방정부의 디지털 정부 시스템 구축과 관련된 여러 가지 역할들을 하고 있습니다. 오늘 소개해드린 하나의 케이스 외에도 이 지역정보개발연구원에서 하고 있는 여러 가지 벤치마킹 케이스들도 굉장히 많습니다. 혹시 여러분들이 지방정부에서는 과연 어떤 디지털 기반 사회 문제 해결, 그 다음에 행정 시스템 고도화를 위해서 뭘 하는지 궁금하시면 그 지역정보개발연구원 여러 가지 케이스들을 참고해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 다음 연사를 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다음 연사는 국가재난안전연구원의 최우정 실장님을 모셔서 실제 여러 가지 국제 협력과 관련된 특별히 재난 리스크 감축을 위한 여러 가지 국제 협력에 대한 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 국립재난안전연구원 방재연구실장 최우정입니다. 오늘 먼저 원장님을 대신해서 발표드리게 된 점 양해의 말씀을 먼저 드리고요. 국립재난안전연구원은 국가의 재난 및 안전에 대한 기술과 정책을 연구하는 그런 곳입니다. 오늘 발표드릴 부분은 그 중에 저희가 재난 위험 저감 사업 중에 하나인 ODA 사업을 발표드리도록 하겠습니다. 다시 백인데 이거 안 나오네요. 네, 지금 시스템이 그렇게 잘 되고 있는 것 같지는 않습니다. 여기서부터 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 저희 ODA 사업은 홍수 예경보 시스템을 설치하는 부분이 되겠습니다. 2013년부터 필리핀을 시작으로 해서 베트남, 라오 PDR, 그리고 올해는 다시 필리핀, 또 피지에 대해서 사업을 하고 있습니다. 저희가 지금 만들고 있는 홍수 예경보 시스템은 먼저 이제 하천에 대한 모니터링을 하고요. 또 사전에 발령 기준, 그러니까 대피 발령 기준을 저희가 만들어 놓고 상류 부분에 비가 많이 오면 대피를 시키는 그런 시스템을 설치 운영하고 있습니다. 처음 보시는 사진이 강우계고요. 가운데 있는 사진이 수위계입니다. 강의 수위를 재는 수위계. 마지막이 마을에 설치되어 있는 사이렌이 울리는 경보국으로 이렇게 설치가 되어 있습니다. 지금 보시는 이 시스템은 웹GIS 시스템으로 되어 있고 모든 계측 자료들이 실시간으로 시스템에 들어와서 발령 기준에 따라서 대피 발령을 내는 시스템으로 보시면 됩니다. 먼저 하천 측량이 필요한데요. 하천 측량을 하는 모습이고 저기 보트는 무인 보트입니다. 무인 보트가 자동적으로 하천의 단면을 계산하는 그런 시스템이 운영이 되고 있고요. 이 부분은 실질적으로 강우계와 수위계를 현장에서 다는 부분입니다. 저희가 현장을 직접 가보면 실질적으로 현장이 굉장히 열악합니다. 저희 나라랑 다른 어떤 위험 요인도 있고 열악한 부분들이 많기 때문에 또 도로가 잘 안 나져 있다거나 이런 부분들이 많기 때문에 실질적으로 현장에서 좀 고생을 많이 하는 그런 부분들이고요. 요게 워닝 포스트, 그러니까 경보국입니다. 그래서 마을 주민들이 많이 사는 그 학교라든가 또 뭐 그 관공서라든가 이런 데 이제 설치를 해서 사이렌이 울리는 그런 시스템으로 되어 있습니다. 마지막으로 저희가 만든 시스템에 대한 교육입니다. 시스템에 대한 교육을 시키고 현장에 설치되어 있는 장비에 대한 운영 방법들을 저희가 교육을 시키는 부분으로 되어 있습니다. 효과입니다. 저희 사업에 대한 효과는 처음에 2011년도에 언론에 많이 나왔지만 태풍 와시로 맨 밑에 보시면 1268명이 필리핀에서 인명피해가 발생을 하였고요. 그게 이제 민다나오 섬이라는 부분입니다. 밑에 태풍 경로가 이렇게 나오죠. 태풍 경로를 이렇게 보시면 맨 밑에 큰 섬이 민다나오 섬이 되겠습니다. 그래서 1268명이 인명피해가 발생을 하였고 그때 사진입니다. 이 사진을 보시면 그때 얼마나 피해가 컸는지를 알 수 있고요. 그래서 저희가 필리핀 국가의 요청을 받아서 이제 홍수 조기 경보 시스템을 저희가 설치를 하게 되고 그게 13년부터 3년간 설치를 하게 됩니다. 그때 당시에 설치했던 모습이고요. 근데 이제 2017년도에 그 타이푼 댄빈이 그 민다나오 섬을 이제 상륙하게 됩니다. 그에 따라서 맨 밑에 보시면 이 민다나오 섬의 카가얀 데로시티, 저희가 ODA 사업을 했던 그 시티에 인명피해가 발생하지 않음으로써 해서 저희가 어떤 사업적인 효과도 있었고 필리핀 정부의 어떤 그 감사의 서한을 받은 그런 기억도 있습니다. 좀 보람됐던 어떤 그런 부분입니다. 이 밑에 보시면 빨간색으로 표시가 돼 있는 부분이 2011년도, 또 2017년도에는 피해가 발생되지 않았던 부분으로 볼 수 있습니다. 저희가 사업을 하면서 느끼는 부분은 재난으로부터의 안전은 인류의 어떤 보편적 가치라고 생각을 합니다. 모든 국가들이 재난 위험 저감 사업을 위해서 질적인 부분과 양적인 부분의 차이는 있지만 인명 피해 최소화를 위해서 노력하고 있는 모습을 많이 봤습니다. 따라서 이 국제 협력이 어떤 그런 인명 피해를 줄이기 위한 방법과 수단이 되지 않을까란 그런 생각을 하고요. 저희 연구원에서도 앞으로 지속적으로 그 사업에 대한 내용이나 새로운 어떤 과제들을 발굴하도록 그렇게 노력하겠습니다. 예, 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 실장님 감사합니다. 이 재난과 관련된 부분은 언제 어떻게 일어날지 모르기 때문에 사실 특별히 기후 변화와 관련해서 더욱더 많은 재난이 일어나고 있는 상황을 고려해 볼 때 앞으로 이런 ODA 국제협력 사업들이 더 많아질 수 있기를 기대해 봅니다. 네, 감사합니다. Now we want to move to Q&A sessions. We had great presentations on local government and international development, international cooperations for SDGs. And I feel like we are mini United Nations General Assembly, and here are many people from different parts of the world. And based on the presentation we just listened to, if you have any question, just let us know. But I was told that there are questions collected previously on site, so that probably we're going to have sessions to answer your questions first. And then if you have time, and then probably we will collect some questions from online as well. Well, the one that I got, there are several questions collected already. The first question is raised by Mr. William Ebo Ensa. I hope that my pronunciation is correct, from Ghana, for President of Korea Institute of Public Administration, President Choi. And the question is something about KIPA's strategies for practitioners and policymaker involvement in research to promote effective implementation in public administration. Mr. Ensa, I guess you are here. If you, okay, so if you want to elaborate your questions, please do so. Or
okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. In academics, there have been a lot of research findings. If when implemented, it could help a nation move forward. But we realize that there's so much knowledge out there, but it's not being used, it's not being implemented. So I wanted to find out how your institution, what mechanisms they have in place which could involve policymakers and practitioners in the research process to ensure that the research findings are implemented in the administrative system. Thank you so much.
thank you. President Choi, do you want to respond to the questions?
질문 감사합니다. 저희 한국행정연구원은 제가 소개를 했던 것처럼 한국 행정 전반에 있어서 연구를 하고 그리고 세계 각국 공무원들 대상으로 실전 경험을 교육하는 그런 기관입니다. 아까 말씀드렸던 부분에 있어서 국책연구기관이 한국처럼 26개 국책연구기관 그리고 각 중앙부처에서 또 관련된 연구원들이 있습니다. 아마 세계적으로 이거는 유례가 없는 국책연구기관들입니다. 한국이 경제적으로 민주적으로 발전하는 데 있어서 이러한 연구원들의 역할이 아주 많았다고 생각을 합니다. 아까 질문에 제가 중요한 거로 대답을 한다면 결국 중간 관리자, 공공 부분에 있어서 공무원들이 그 나라의 정책을 어떻게 집행을 하고 실현할 것인가, 이거는 공무원들의 개인들의 능력, 즉 리더십이 필요하다고 봅니다. 전 세계적으로 리더십이라는 것은 주로 민간 부분에서 이론이 개발이 되고 민간 부분에 적용이 되는 측면이 아주 강한데, 반면에 공공 부분에 있어서 리더십이라는 것은 아직 이론적으로나 실천적으로 상당히 부족한 측면이 많습니다. 그래서 저희 연구원은 그 점에 착안을 해서 공공 분야의 리더십은 어떤 방향으로 나아갈 수 있을 것인가, 그리고 공무원 사회에서 중견 관리자들, 최고 결정원에 있는 고위 공무원들이 어떤 리더십의 역량을 가져야 될 것인가를 지금 연구를 하고 있고요. 그것은 바로 여러분들이 여러분 나라로 돌아갔을 때 정책 결정을 어떻게 수렴을 하고 할 것인가, 여기에 달렸다고 봅니다. 그 점에 있어서는 리더들은 결국 각 구성원들, 그리고 공공 부분에 있어서는 국민, 시민, 주민이 될 것입니다. 그런 분들이 참여할 수 있는 형태를 어떻게 만들고 그분들의 의견을 반영해서 공적 서비스를 그분들의 수요와 필요에 따라서 제공할 것인가, 이 측면이 아주 중요하다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 저희 연구원들은 특화를 시키면 그 부분에 대해서 좀 열심히 연구를 하고 있고요. 좀 주신 말씀에 제 답이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그 원장님께서 말씀하신 것처럼 이 키파에서 여러 가지 많은 연구를 하지만 그 중에 최근 들어서 많은 관심을 가지고 있는 부분 중에 하나는 공공 리더십 분야인 것 같습니다. 그래서 작년부터 공공 리더십 연구라는 학술지도 발간하기 시작했고요. 그 다음에 공공 리더십 그 훈련 과정을 통해서 실제 여러 나라들, 훈련받은 나라들 국가가 정보의 질이 좋아지는지에 대한 연구를 수행했었는데, 그때 연구 결과를 보면 그런 훈련이 굉장히 정보 질 향상, 제고에 긍정적인 영향을 준다, 이런 연구 결과를 봤습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
이제 지금 이게 사회자께서 한국행정연구원을 저보다 더 많이 알고 있습니다.
네. 다음 질문 하신 분이 계신데요. 다음 질문 하신 분은 콩고 민주공화국에서 오신 그레이스 라빈 찌망가 선생님께서 질문을 하셨는데, 특별히 섬진흥원 우리 오 원장님께 질문을 하셨습니다. 어디 계신가요? 오케이.
Yeah, thank you for the floor. Yes, my question was about like in Korea, it is like the Institute of Research that's promote everything like in government in every domain like that. But in our country, it is very complicated. Like people doesn't care about Institute of Research. And my question was about what strategy and mechanisms can be adopted to promote and enhance local research institution in sustainable development process. This is my question.
네, 원장님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
굉장히 포괄적인 질문인데요. 첫 번째는 우리가 나가고자 하는 방향을, 길을 확실히 정하는 것이 중요하다고 봅니다. 어느 파트 할 것 없이 우리 유엔에서 중요한 개념으로 생각하고 있는 지속 가능한 발전이라는 이제 목표 하에 그것을 추진할 수 있는 또 구체적인 전략들을 같이 가져가야 되겠죠. 그런 점에서 큰 방향 하에서 지역에서 지금 나타나는 여러 가지 문제들이 단순히 그 지역이라든지 나라에만 국한되는 것이 아닙니다. 그런 점에서 지역을 넘어서 국가 간에, 그러니까 어떤 글로벌 차원에서의 연대와 협력을 어떻게 가져가는 것인지, 그것도 중요한 전략이라고 생각합니다. 제가 맡고 있는 섬에 관한 이슈와 또 정책을 연구하는 것도 그런 점에서 크게 차이가 나지는 않습니다. 몽골에는 섬이 없는 것으로 알고 있습니다만은 지금 많은 나라들이 섬 관련해서 많은 기회를 얻고 있는 반면에 또 다른 또 위기를 겪고 있는 것이 이 전 지구적인 현실입니다. 그래서 이런 문제에 있어서는 아까도 말씀을 드렸다시피 그 나라, 그 지역만의 문제를 넘어서 글로벌 연대 협력 체제를 어떻게 구축할 것인지 이런 것이 중요한 전략 중에 한 가지가 되겠습니다. 그 외에도 뭐 여러 가지 이 전략의 방향들이 있겠습니다만은 이제 오늘 같이 이렇게 우리 여러 나라에 관계되는 분들이 모여서 지역적 또는 글로벌 거버넌스 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 협력하고 또 논의하는 장을 마련하는 것도 굉장히 또 중요한 전략 중에 하나가 아닐까라고 생각합니다. 이것으로 간단히 답을 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 원장님께서 글로벌 그 협력과 연대를 강조해 주셨는데 앞으로 정말 많은 난제들이 많이 일어날 텐데 그 문제를 해결하는 과정에서 개별 국가, 개별 지역에서 해결할 수 없는 문제들이 굉장히 많을 것 같습니다. 그런 차원에서 보면 글로벌 연대와 협력이 굉장히 중요할 것 같다라는 생각이 듭니다. 예를 들면은 그 이제 해수면 그 상승과 관련된 원장님 말씀을 아까 해주셨는데 여러 가지 재난이 많이 발생하는 가운데 유럽이나 다른 나라에서 인공위성에서 찍은 사진들을 인도네시아나 이런 필리핀에 공유를 하고 그걸 바탕으로 해서 여러 가지 재난을 예방하는 그런 사례들을 많이 보았습니다. 이제 그런 면에서도 공유와 협력 그리고 아까 소개한 여러 가지 그 사례들을 통해서 서로 배울 수 있는 그런 기회들이 많았으면 좋겠다는 생각도 개인적으로 들었습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 세 번째 질문은 우리 이승종 이사장님과 주재복 부원장님에게 동일한 질문을 하고 싶어 하시는 것 같은데요. 그 가나에서 오신 안토네트 오포크 씨가 아마 두 분께 질문을 드리고 싶어 하시는 것 같습니다. 네, 말씀해 주시죠.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think my question is actually a follow-up to the international cooperation question, which was answered earlier, but this is in relation to Samuel Lundon. Within the context of partnership and international cooperation among developing nations in line with Samuel Lundon, can the Samuel Lundon movement model be strategically adapted to align with specific needs and objectives of developing nations that patronize or prioritize grassroots level industrialization, that is at the lower peripheral? If this model can be reconstructed or remodeled, can it be used in other countries, and do we have some examples in other developing countries to buttress this point, please?
Thank you. 이사장님 먼저 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
두 기관 합쳐서 그냥 답변을 드리겠습니다. 예. 예를 들어서 새마을 운동이 이제 현지 니즈에 대해서 어떻게 반응할 수 있냐 하는 거에 대해서는 저희가 새마을 운동이 성공하려면은 그리고 그 마을에서 운동이 성공하려면은 소득으로 연결돼야 되거든요. 그래서 생산, 가공, 판매의 가치 사슬이 연결되도록 해야 됩니다. 그래서 예를 들면 이제 이런 게 있습니다. 예를 들어서 스리랑카 같은데 저희가 시범 사업을 하면은 그 머쉬룸, 그러니까 버섯 재배 사업을 합니다. 그럼 버섯 재배 사업을 하면은 그 주민들이 협동조합을 만들어서 버섯을 재배하는데 저희가 버섯 재배 기술을 가리키고 협동조합을 어떻게 결성하는가를 교육을 합니다. 그러면은 그게 생산성이 좋아지면은 그 스리랑카 군청에서 카운티에서 버섯 연구소를 만들어서 지원을 하고 그러면 그것을 이제 나중에 상품화해 가지고 캐골 버섯이라는 브랜드를 만들어서 판매를 해서 소득이 올라가고 그러면 그 협동조합에서는 그 소득 중에 일부는 조합원들이 논아갖고 또 나머지는 마을의 공동 작업으로 내놓습니다. 그래서 이게 이제 그 지역의 그레스루트 운동에 도움이 되는 그런 게 있습니다. 또 하나 사례는 토고 같은 데서 아프리칸 디벨롭먼트 뱅크, 그러니까 아프리카 개발은행에서 이제 그 시범 사업을 11개 주 중에서 1개 주에 대해서 하는데 거기에 대해서 이제 저희가 또 버섯 재배 사업을 하거든요. 근데 거기서도 어떻게 하냐면은 품종도 보급해 주지만 버섯 외에도 또 다른 작물도 이렇게 합니다. 근데 거기다 뭘 하냐면은 유통센터를 만들어요. 그러니까 생산한 그 생산물을 판매할 방법을 모르는 주민들이 이렇게 모여서 판매할 수 있도록 유통센터를 지어줘서 그것이 이제 소득으로 연결되고 그다음에 그것을 본받아서 다른 데 또 유통센터가 확장되는 그런 일들을 합니다. 그러니까 결국은 그냥 한 마을에서 작물 활동으로 생산 활동을 그치는 게 아니고 생산, 가공, 판매, 소득 그리고 다시 마을 부흥으로 연결되는 그런 순환 사이클을 하는 것이 하나의 모델이다 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 네.
네, 감사합니다. 전 주기적인 그런 요소마다 모든 것이 다 관련돼 있는 것 같습니다. 네, 주재복 부원장님 말씀해 주시겠습니까? 알겠습니다. 네, 다음 질문이 하나 더 있는데요. 그 질문은 우리 김석진 부원장님께 질문 드리는 것 같습니다. 네, 말라위에서 오신 난자 선생님. 네. 그 여기에는 네 아마 지금 잠시 나가신 것 같은데 네 그러면 지나가도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 그러면은 하나 질문이 들어온 거를 소개해드리겠습니다. 있습니까? 네. Sorry. Okay. Could you share your question?
Thank you. My question is coming from a background that we do have pre-existing inequalities in terms of digital divide, and pandemics have the potential to exacerbate inequalities in society. So I wanted to know what your institution, KLID, did during the COVID pandemic to make sure that the existing inequalities, that you do not widen the gap that exists in Korea. And from the initiatives that you put in place, what are the outcomes and lessons that other countries can adopt? Thank you.
네, 본장님.
예, 좋은 질문 해주셨는데 답변 드리겠습니다. 대한민국에서는 2020년 코로나19로 다른 나라처럼 자영업자를 비롯해서 많은 국민들이 경제적 어려움을 겪었습니다. 그래서 대한민국 정부는 그때 전 국민을 대상으로 긴급 재난지원금을 지급하기로 결정하고 시행을 했죠. 5천만 명이 넘는 국민을 대상으로 긴급 재난지원금을 신속하고 또 이렇게 편리하게 지급하기 위해서 저희들이 클리드에서는 정부와 함께 시스템을 구축하기로 하고 추진을 했습니다. 긴급 재난지원금 시스템은 크게 이제 세 가지인데요. 국민들이 편리하게 신용카드사로 바로 이렇게 지원금을 신청할 수 있는 신용카드사 시스템을 구축을 했고요. 또 주민센터를 이제 방문해서 신청을 하면 지방공무원들이 처리하는 시군구 지방행정정보 시스템을 구축했고요. 신용카드하고 또 이렇게 주민센터 신청하는 시스템을 연결을 해야 되는 총괄하는 긴급재난지원금 통합 시스템을 한꺼번에 구축을 했습니다. 이 과정에서 디지털 취약계층이라고 할 수 있는 기초연금 수급자나 장애인 연금 수급자 그리고 이제 나이가 많은 고령자들 잘 모르죠. 불편하고 이분들을 위해서 직접 본인이 신청하거나 뭐 방문하거나 하지 않고 바로 본인 계좌로 재난지원금을 직접 정부에서 제공해줬고 또 이제 거동이 이제 불편한 국민들이 있으면 저희들이 공무원들이 직접 찾아갔습니다. 일일이 그분들을 찾아가서 신청을 하도록 했고요. 이런 부분들이 이제 그 디지털 취약계층이 이제 정보의 어떤 접근성이나 이렇게 그 활용성이 이제 떨어지는 계층에 대해서 정부에서 정보 포용성을 강화한 정책이라고 저희들이 생각을 합니다. 이 과정에서 이제 저희들이 처음에 대단히 어려웠던 점은 전 국민을 대상으로 한정된 기간에 재난지원금을 지원을 하려고 하다 보니까 신청량이 이제 폭주를 하거나 또 시스템이 지연될 그런 우려가 있었죠. 그래서 저희들이 신청 대상자를 사전에 분류를 잘 했고 또 이분들을 요일제라고 들어보셨죠. 주민등록 끝번호 숫자로 해서 요일제로 저희들이 신청을 적절하게 이렇게 안배를 해서 시스템이 이제 지연되지 않도록 했고 처음부터 고사양의 하드웨어 시스템을 저희들이 설치한 부분도 있었습니다. 이 과정에서 가장 중요한 교훈은 정보 혼자서 모든 걸 할 수 없고 저희들 사례에서 보듯이 신용카드사 이런 어떤 정보기관 민간의 그 금융기관하고 협업 이런 또 정보 연계 시스템 공동 활용 이런 부분들이 굉장히 중요했다 생각을 합니다. 그래서 다른 나라에서도 혹시 이런 상황이 있다면 관계기관은 물론이고 또 정보기술을 갖춘 우수한 민간기관과의 그 협업이 가장 중요한 포인트가 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 긴급 재난금 그 지급할 때 방금 부원장님 말씀하신 것처럼 제 기억에는 일주일 만에 90% 이상 가구에게 지원금을 성공적으로 효과적으로 그 지급했던 그런 사례가 생각나고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 마지막 질문이 되겠는데요. 주어진 시간을 고려할 때 마지막 질문은 우리 최 실장님께 들어온 질문인데요. 그 여러 가지 재난과 관련된 부분인데 아마 인공지능 최근에 여러 가지 그 소위 말하는 와해 기술 활용과 관련된 질문인 것 같습니다. 이집트에서 오신 아야 하마드 씨 계신가요? 네, 질문해 주실까요?
In the presentation, we have seen an excellent early warning system for Korea rainfall and waterlogging. Actually, if this system has been implemented in certain countries, it would save so many lives, especially with the unexpected weather changes. My question is regarding the factors and procedures, criteria that you use to select the specific location to install the rainfall and waterlogging sensors. Since we cannot install sensors everywhere, because it is costly, you have to select a specific location to install your sensors. Do you have, for example, a GIS heat map using artificial intelligence for the most expected impact areas with the rainfall in Korea? Thank you.
답변을 드리겠습니다. 질문 감사드리고요. 설치에 대한 이제 그 장비에 대한 부분들이 있을 거고 설치 장소 위치를 어떻게 결정하느냐에 대한 부분들이 좀 있을 것 같습니다. 저희가 운영하는 장비는 세계 이제 그 기상기구에서 표준화되어 있는 장비를 운영하는 부분들이고 장비를 어디다가 설치해야 되는 부분은 저희가 그 지형에 따라서 사전에 지형적인 분석을 합니다. 그래서 어디가 가장 효과적인 장비를 설치할 위치인지를 저희가 사전에 현장 점검을 하고 전문가들이 가서 설치를 하게 됩니다. 수위계는 강에 설치하는 수위계는 위험지역 존에 설치를 하게 되고 대부분이 저희가 강우 기록을 재는 강우계는 대부분 상류지역, 그 산에서 발생되는 강우들이 많기 때문에 산 위쪽에 처음 강이 시작되는 부분에 설치를 일반적으로 하시면 된다고 보고요. 대부분의 그 수리수문학자들이 현장을 방문해서 그 국가의 지방 공무원들과 현장의 공무원들과 같이 설치 위치를 결정한다고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그 저희들에게 주어진 시간을 다 썼는데요. 오늘 그 온라인으로 참석하시고 또 질문에 계신 분에게 기회를 못 드려서 정말 아쉽고 죄송합니다. 아마 그 온라인으로 이 그 질문 주신 내용들은 취합을 해서 저희들이 답변을 드릴 수 있는 다른 대안들을 찾아보도록 하겠습니다. 아무튼 오늘 6기관을 대표하시는 원장님, 이사장님께서 나오셔서 정말 여러 가지 부분에 대해서 많이 짚어주신 것 같습니다. 지방 정부 그리고 국제적인 협력 그리고 지방 정부와 중앙 정부와의 협력 그다음에 여러 가지 시민들의 협력이 다 모두 중요한 부분임을 저희들이 확인할 수 있었습니다. 오늘 여기에 계신 여러분들께서도 각각의 위치에서 여러 가지 사례들을 참고하시고자 할 때 오늘 소개받은 사례 그리고 여러 가지 다양한 사례들이 또 축적된 것들도 있으니까 나중에 활용하시면 굉장히 좋을 것 같습니다. 지속가능 발전 계속 중요한 목표인 것 같습니다. 유엔에서 얼마 전에 지속가능 발전 목표가 어느 정도 달성되고 있는지를 확인해 보니까 한 40%대 정도밖에 달성을 못했다고 합니다. 그래서 어떻게 하면 가속화해서 이 목표를 달성할지에 대한 고민들을 많이 하고 있는 것 같고요. 그와 관련해서는 디지털 기술이 오늘 발표에서도 여러 차례 소개되었지만 디지털 기술이 굉장히 중요한 수단이 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 개별 그 지역과 정부의 노력이 굉장히 중요할 것 같은데요. 한 가지 발전이라고 하면 영어로 development입니다. 근데 development의 연원을 쫓아가면 envelope, 봉투에 있는 것을 열다 이런 말이겠죠. 그래서 잠재력으로 가지고 있는 그 자원들을 잘 열어 나갈 때 소위 말하는 디벨롭이 된다는 거겠죠. 그래서 여러 가지 기회들도 활용할 수 있겠고 그러나 그 지역마다 가지고 있는 자원들을 잘 활용하면서 그 기반에서의 발전이 이루어지고 그게 지속 가능 발전으로 이루어졌으면 좋겠다는 생각을 해봅니다. 오늘 여러 가지 발표를 해주시고 또 질문에 답변해 주신 우리 6분의 귀한 분께 뜨거운 박수로 감사함을 표해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Moon, Mr. Moon, and other 6 distinguished speakers. And with this, the first session is closed. And dear participants, I hope you've so enjoyed the presentations by our distinguished speakers. And with this, the closing of the session, now, if any of our participants would you like to take a photo with these excellent speakers and moderator, please come up the stage. Yeah, anybody? Anybody take photo with them? Mr. Huang and Professor Lee
Welcome back, everyone, for the second part of the Local Governance and Partnerships Forum. Now, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Jung-hee Program Officer, World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization. Okay, please welcome Mr. Jung-hee with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of the Local Governance and Partnership Forum. And I'm sure you had a wonderful morning session with the roundtable. Now we're going to move on towards the Local Governance and Partnership Forum, the practical insights and cases on local governance and partnership for SDGs implementation at the local level. Right now, if I may please invite all the speakers onto the stage, and then I will follow up with the proper introduction. Or if you would please give a warm round of applause for our speakers. Well, good afternoon and good morning for those joining us via Zoom. My name, as the MC had introduced, is Joo-hee I'm the program officer with World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization in Republic of Korea. And it is a pleasure to facilitate this session on the practical insights and the cases on local governance and partnership for SDGs implementation at the local level. This session will explore the challenges and opportunities in formulating practical policies by NGOs, LRGs, and NGMs for implementing the SDG at the local level. It will feature insightful direction and actual implementation case studies from on-ground experience by NGOs and cities and local authorities in Asia, Republic of Korea, Philippines, and Africa. And if I may, briefly introduce you to your speakers today. Starting from my left, this is Mr. Seneca Basnaike, Director of the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. And then next is Ms. Yeon-hee Park. She is a Director of eCLAY and Korea office. And then Ms. Abir Ashur, she's a task manager, African Local Government Agency, United Cities and Local Government of Africa. And then last but not least, we have online joining us, Mr. Patrick Duong, the lead SDG Localization and Governance Cluster, Global Lead Governance of Public Goods and Services of UNDP. Yes. Don't worry, he is with us online. Okay. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Seneca Basnaike to take the podium to bring us a presentation on the Building Climate Resilience, Innovative Policy Practices in Local Governance at Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joo-hee. Very good afternoon. So this is the post-lunch event. I hope that you will keep the energy for the entire, throughout the session. My topic, as he was mentioning, building climate resilience, innovative policy practices in local government at ADPC, Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. So, so to start with the presentations, as it is related to our organization activities, so I would like to introduce very briefly it's Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, ADPC, which is based in Bangkok, Thailand, headquarters. And it is an autonomous international organization, or we can also say that intergovernmental, with 9 founding member countries from South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. So we have been here, I mean, in the region more than 36 years for now. We were established at as an outreach arm of AIT, Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand. But we got sort of like independence towards 2000. So since then, we have been implementing projects and programs to build resilience in the region. Our vision is safer communities and sustainable development through disaster risk reduction. As you can see from the middle panel, so we have a couple of country offices as well as the project offices throughout the Asia. And far right hand side, you can see the sort of very, very diverse group of people or the divisions within our ADPC. So risk governance, climate resilience, urban resilience, health risk management, preparedness for response and recovery. And the left panel, it shows some interesting story related to this, the forum. Because we have been partnerships, we have been working with different organizations, UN organizations, regional organizations, academia, as well as more importantly, national and local governments and communities. So that's the strength that we have at ADPC working in the region. So we are very well connected with the national disaster management organizations, as well as the national height organizations and some sectoral organizations related to climate change, climate risk management, as well as we are also working directly with communities. So ADPC, as an intergovernmental agency, so we have a sort of important role to play towards strengthening regional cooperation for disaster risk reduction and climate resilience building. So as you know that now we have been discussing so far global frameworks, Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, DRR, SFDRR, as well as Paris Agreement, climate change. So those are sort of global instruments. So we are kind of vehicle to bring that to countries and to guide or support them to implement those activities. This is one of the activities. Not only that, we are also connected with, though we are having 9 member countries, but we are connected with other several 26 countries. We have a regional cooperation mechanism, so we call Regional Consultative Committee, through which we are connecting countries. Every year we are meeting, and then to discuss their sort of plans next year, and then help them, provide them sort of technical support and writing proposals and looking for the donors and funding other agencies. And of course, we also, as I was mentioning, we prepare sort of proposals with the governments, and then of course go to a donor or development partner to get access funding. This is not a sort of exhaustive list. So these are some of the activities, the roles that we have been working. So one of the strongest things that I was keep mentioning since the beginning, capacity building and training, because we were established through that activity. And then of course related to today forum, so policy and guidelines development and advocacy and community based, that's also so much important, which I will come to in a couple of slides, as well as strengthening multi-other early systems, so on and so forth. There are a couple of other activities. So the challenges that we have been facing, like other organizations, so we have also been facing some challenges when we work with the countries. It is so obvious that now country-to-country systems are changing. So structures, institutional setup is changing. If I take one example, currently we are implementing a program, bigger program, 5-year program in Vietnam. So it's the country structure, national to global, local level to state level or provincial level to local level. It may not be the same as other countries, like I am coming from Sri Lanka. So there are some sort of difficulties, challenges that we have been facing. So we need to stick to that. We need to sort of having some mechanism strategies to address this one. So the policies and of course legislations are not aligned with global frameworks. Though we started talking about global frameworks since 2015, couple of frameworks that we have been discussing so far, SFDRR, Climate Change Paris Agreement, so and so forth, SDG. So still we are finding some difficulties when we go to a country and talk to a ministry, respect to ministry, because they are not working, they are working in silos, to be so frank. So as well as the some sort of coordination complexities and political and geopolitical issues when it comes to transboundary issues, transboundary countries, maybe you may not be able to sort of the way that you want to implement the programs in those like, transboundary when it comes to water sharing and other things. Of course, data sharing and information within country, there has been there are some issues, of course, within the country, so they are not really sharing the data with other departments. So no point of talking sharing, beyond the countries. So there are some mechanisms that we have adopted actually, to be so frank, maybe using sort of geospatial information. ADPC has been implementing some programs and bigger programs actually, how best we could utilize geospatial or remote sensing data in order to sort of supplement some sort of in situ data. So if the country maybe the regional countries, if the countries are not sharing data, so we can still use the geospatial information or remote sense data in order to sort of supplement. So resource constraints, we have also seen whenever we want to work with the countries, so maybe you build the capacity, maybe when you go next time after a couple of months or a year, so you may not be able to find same people so much of changes within the, among the department or across the departments as well. If I may move ahead, so this is the starting point that I want to emphasize related to today's discussion actually. So we have been closely working with national organizations, but as I was mentioning, maybe we are some sort of facing some difficulties if you really want to address the issue of the people, meaning that most of the disasters, the impacts are happening at local level. That we need to understand, that we realize actually. So you need to have sort of very strong footing at the local level or the local government level or even with the communities in order to sort of improve the resilience. So our approach has been, of course, as we are connected with both from national to local, so we have seen some sort of maybe the bottom-up approach, I mean, so maybe a kind of good way of doing things. So we have been working with closely with local governments, and then of course to understand their local CCA, climate change adaptation, or even DRM plans, for example, I mean, as well as the community-based actions. And then we influence that with the provincial, some countries they call states, and sort of get their approvals or the buy-in. And then of course you can bring to national level. Having said that, you may not be able to go directly to some of the countries to local level. You need to have that mechanism as well to get buy-in from the national. So national level ministries, so they are also playing an important role actually. So when it comes to, as I was mentioning earlier, so the global frameworks that they want to sort of trickle down to provincial or state level or community level. So this is the case study that I'm going to discuss, the first case study. So we have been implementing a program that I mentioned a little while ago in Vietnam. So urban resilience to climate extremes funded by Norwegian government, NORAD. So the program that we designed initially for 2 countries, this regional program. So unfortunate situation happened in Myanmar, so we were not able to continue. So it has a couple of outcomes, as you can see. So one of the outcomes improving multi-hazard early warning systems and risk information. So we generated sort of risk information in 2 cities that we have selected in Vietnam. Of course, then of course the second component strengthening community readiness. A third one, sectoral preparedness, and the governance, of course, knowledge share in the 5th one. So while doing so, when we were having some discussions with the Vietnam national agencies, which is disaster management agencies, so they proposed us to stick to these 2 cities, one to the north, Red River Delta, the other one is Mekong Delta, there's a Mito. So these are 2 cities. These are middle, kind of middle size, and then this shows actually some sort of population density, area, as well as other details. And what we did actually, as I was mentioning, so we were able to have, we were having some discussion, or we were able to engage with the local communities, vulnerable communities, to understand their annual DRM plans, so community awareness programs, so and so forth. Then we, of course, build strong relationship with the provincial authorities, as well as to get sort of recommendations on certain activities that we are preparing, that we were working on: disaster management plans, risk information governance, risk sensitive infrastructure planning, so on and so forth. And then, of course, we were trying to get the approval, provincial. as well as, of course, as I was mentioning, so we had to go through the national level disaster management agency to get buy-in. So the project was like, implemented through the national agencies, but we have been facing some difficulties, like, when it goes to community level. So we had sort of like another strategy to get better engaged with the community and then move upward. So these are the risk assessment that we conducted. So I want to connect to that, the whole program, the theme here. So digital transformation, digital sort of governance. Here you can see that we have used we conducted very detailed risk assessment in 2 cities. So we collected exposure data, we used hydrological modeling to get, the hazard information, and we also did this sort of climate inclusive risk assessment. Risk assessment, when it comes to risk assessment, you need to have a couple of other components, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So we integrated them, and then we prepared risk information, risk maps. You can see some of the maps here. The central one is also of a population who are really vulnerable for the flood event. And then right-hand side, you can see the community engagement that we had throughout this process. So I want to highlight the fact that here, so finally what we did actually, we introduced a risk visualization tool. So once the risk assessment is done, if it is lying on a sort of in a laptop, it doesn't really useful for other people. So what we did actually, we introduced risk visualization tool, which was introduced by Salford University, UK. So they can see the information, they can access the information through this, the portal in order for their planning. For example, this is risk information that they can also integrate other information. For example, if a flood is coming, so maybe they need to work with the meteorological department to integrate that maps into this one, so that now through the tool they can sort of visualize, as well as this also connected with some sort of mobile connections, so mobile apps, I mean. So these are some of the things that we did it actually, how to utilize this, the tool. And of course, now we train the people in the city officials how to use this one. So it is up and running. So we have also given some access, because it is lying in the cloud, so they can access this, the portal through their password. Second thing actually, second project, the second case study. Again, I want to highlight the fact actually, of course, we need to go through sort of maybe somehow the policy, when it comes to policy formulation, you need to work with the national agencies. But what we did in this particular case, actually, we had a very detailed discussion to have some sort of policy dialogue with the local governments. So then we try to understand what sort of information need to be integrated. Of course, once the dialogue is done, so we develop some sort of manuals, and then of course guiding documents, and then present it to the national agency, which is the mandated agency in Sri Lanka, Lands for Landslide, National Building Research Organization. So we develop a plant manual. So a plant manual, what does it mean? Because these are kind of nature-based solutions. You need to, as I was mentioning, impacts are happening local level. You need to interact with the community. So in order to see the sustainability of this type of program, so maybe the community, we need to get community's interest about the plants. You cannot really simply just plant and go away, because they are the people who can take care. So it's a kind of we also introduced, or we also identified some plants which has economical income for the community, so to get their sort of interest. So we develop this in a plant manual as well as guide documents, and then presented to the national agency, as I was mentioning, in BRO. Now it is being used, and then of course not, for other agencies like, Road Development Authority, for example. Roads are also, rail tracks and roads are much more vulnerable for some sort of landslides. So the third activity or the project, the case study that I want to present from Bangladesh, I think a couple of some delegations here from Bangladesh as well. So this is also a kind of project that we implemented in a city, a quite larger city, close to Dhaka, west of Dhaka. This is Rashai. So Rashai Development Authority, RDA, so they have developed sort of the master plan for 10 years from 2004 to 2014. It was not risk-informed, meaning that probably they did not consider the way that we are now thinking, because with the climate change, extremes are getting more intense and frequent, it was not integrated. So what we were doing actually, we revisited this master plan, and then we try to sort of like, do sort of risk assessment for different hazards, which are the city vulnerable, for example, like, flood in particular, as well as a fire, earthquake, as well as drought. So there are a couple of objectives, but I want to highlight the second one, of course. After revisiting, after we did a very detailed risk assessment, hazard and risk assessment, using some sort of like, the institute data as well as GIS information data. So then after that, actually, we prepared these maps. The first left corner, you can see the map of the area. You can see sort of river is also there, the city is there. The second panel shows the 100-year return period and 150-year return period flood. I'm not presenting other 50-year or even 75-year or 25-year, but this is a kind of like extreme case. So we did this analysis for flood, as well as the third panel is like upper one, of course, the fire, the lower one, of course, the earthquake. And then the fourth panel is drought. So we have used some sort of indices like SPEI, Standardized Precipitation and Evaporative Index. So these are some of the maps that we developed. So what our attempt was like, to integrate this one into the master plan and their physical planning. So we integrated this one, and then we came up with a sort of like recommendation to the government, indicating that some of the areas they have identified earlier for development, for example, wet market, for example, bus stand. Maybe there are some challenges for them to change quickly, but we came up with a plan so that we made some recommendations showing that this area is going to be flood in years to come. So then we also proposed them like, maybe some of the areas going to be much safer. So this is the way that, we did it like, risk-informed decision making. So we informed them, we provided the apps with them so that now they are getting interest or to sort of like, go for bankable projects, because there are some ideas which we proposed. So then now they are working on sort of like, bankable projects. Some of the recommendations or the conclusions that we did, the left-hand side, you can see that when it comes to flood, so we made a very clear sort of like, recommendation to allocate at least 15.6, or let's say 16% for the floodplain. This is the 1 year return period, meaning that annual. It may happen annually. So we recommended like to have flood frames. So of course, when it comes to 50-year flood or 100-year floods, maybe a lot of areas will be inundated, but at least to allocate some areas, as well as for the return period 100-year. So we also predicted that, we estimated, so to have at least like, very kind 270 cubic meters per second drainage system to drain out the water. These are some of the recommendations. The middle panel shows the map. The third panel shows the approval from the government, Ministry of Housing and Work. So they approved this master plan on 2nd January this year. So it is like, government approved master plan for Russia Development Authority to take forward. And we are also working now with them to support them, like, to sort of go for bankable projects. I think this is going to be the last slide from my end. Thank you so much. So happy to answer any question if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bayanaka. And it's really surprising to see, and really glad to see the ADPC's engagement in a multi-pronged and inclusive approach that centers the most affected peoples. Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Yeon-hee Park to present on the sustainable development cities and local governments focused on Eclipse perspective and activities. If you would please take the podium, and if everyone please give a warm round of applause.
알겠습니다. 안녕하세요, 여러분. Above all, thank you very much for inviting me to this session, and I'm also very pleased to meet you to introduce what clay is. And then I think the audience in this room are very new to me, so I'm very excited. So for my presentation, I'm going to speak in Korean. Thanks to our simultaneous translators, I want to be relaxed to explain and deliver what I feel and I want to share with you. So may I begin my presentation in Korean? I hope all you are ready. 예, 그럼 첫 번째 질문부터 시작하겠습니다. 저는 소개받은 박연희이고 이클레이 한국사무소에서 일합니다. 지금 저는 이클레이를 중심으로 잠깐 발표를 하려고 하는데 여러분 이클레이를 잘 안다 하시는 분 손을 좀 들어보시겠어요? 들어본 적이 있다. 이클레이를 안다. 아유 반갑습니다. 이클레이를 모르신다고 하니 제가 정성껏 좀 성심껏 발표를 하면 될 것 같습니다. 예, 앞에 보시는 것처럼 저는 오늘 이 시간에 크게 핵심 단어는 지방정부 그리고 도시 그리고 지속가능 발전 이 세 단어를 왔다 갔다 하면서 이클레이 그리고 지방정부의 관점을 좀 여러분들과 함께 나누려고 합니다. 약칭 이클레이 이렇게 부르지만 저희는 저렇게 쓰고 우리는 저것을 지속가능성을 위한 세계 지방정부협의회 이클레이 이렇게 말하고요. 줄여서는 이클레이 이렇게 부릅니다. 제목이 얘기하는 것처럼 이클레이는 단체이고 조직이에요. 회원은 누가 회원인가 하면 지방정부가 회원으로 가입한 곳입니다. 그리고 중요하게 다루는 이슈는 지속가능성, 지속가능 발전에 특화된 지방정부가 참여하는 글로벌 네트워크입니다. 보시는 것처럼 만들어진 것은 1990년에 세워졌지만 지금 현재 30여 년 지나면서 전 세계적으로는 2,500여 지방정부가 회원으로 같이 참여해서 일을 하고 있고요. 저 지방정부들과 함께 전 세계 도처에는 한국 사무소를 포함해서 24개의 이클레이 사무소가 지방정부들과 매일매일 소통하면서 지방정부들이 어떻게 지속가능 발전 정책을 좀 더 잘 할 수 있을지를 의논하면서 활동을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이클레이를 설명하려고 하면 크게는 가운데는 지방정부 지속가능성이 중심이기 때문에 이클레이의 메인 관심사는 어떻게 지속가능한 도시를 만들 수 있을까 하는 것이 중심 과제입니다. 그래서 지속가능한 도시를 잘 만들기 위해서는 크게 두 갈래로 나누어서 이클레이가 하는 활동을 소개할 수 있을 텐데요. 하나는 회원 지방정부들이 있잖아요. 그래서 이 지방정부들이 각자의 지역에서 어떻게 지역의 지속 가능성을 높일 수 있는 지속 가능 발전 정책을 잘 할 수 있을까? 이게 숙제인 거죠. 그래서 지방정부들이 꼭 해야 되는 정책의 이슈를 선정하고 그 이슈를 어떻게 정책으로 구현할 수 있을지. 그런데 이런 회원 지방정부들이 독자적으로 하는 게 아니라 네트워크를 형성해서 서로 협력하면서 더 잘할 수 있도록 지원하는 일이 한 축에 있습니다. 그리고 또 한 축은 국제사회와의 연계인데요. 그래서 국제사회하고는 주로 UN을 비롯한 지속가능 발전 정책을 결정하는 과정에 이클레이 혼자가 아니라 이클레이를 비롯한 많은 지방정부의 네트워크들이 있는데 그 지방정부들의 목소리를 모아서 UN이 지속가능 발전 정책을 결정할 때 전달하는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 슬라이드 하단에 보면 LGMA 이렇게 써 있는데요. 저것은 지방정부 그룹을 통칭하는 그런 용어입니다. 그래서 유엔이 지속가능 발전 정책 결정할 때 지방정부의 그룹들은 전 세계에서 그 정책의 내용에 대해서 어떤 생각을 하고 있는지를 모아내고 그리고 지방정부들이 지속가능 발전 정책을 잘 할 수 있도록 하는 정책적 목소리를 모아서 전달하는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 지방정부 중심으로 설명을 할 때에도 이 국제를 늘 얘기를 하게 됩니다. 우리 오늘 거버넌스, 로컬 거버넌스 파트너십을 주제로 해서 이 세션이 운영되고 있지만 그 가운데는 지금 국제 정책으로 채택한 SDGs와 관련돼서 어떻게 그거를 잘 할 것인가를 토대로 두고 있잖아요. 우리 잘 아는 것처럼 유엔이 지속가능 발전 정책을 모든 회원국의 합의로 채택한 게 언제죠? 1992년입니다. 그렇죠? 브라질 리우데자네이로에서 개최되었던 회의에서 소위 회의의 결과물로 아젠다 21을 채택했죠. 그리고 1992년 그 회의에서 아젠다 21을 채택하면서 우리가 지금 아주 심각하게 다루고 있는 기후변화 협약, 생물 다양성 협약, 사막화 방지 협약, 소위 UN 3대 환경 협약이라고 하는 것도 같이 채택한 거잖아요. 그래서 지금 저 슬라이드에는 그거를 좀 설명하려고 내용을 넣어놨고요. 제일 앞에, 그런데 1992년에 아젠다 21을 채택하는 그 UN 회의에서 UN은 소위 이해 당사자 연계 프로세스를 확정했어요. 그래서 저기에 보시면 UN을 둘러싸고 그룹이 있는데 1992년 당시에는 UN은 무슨 조직입니까? 국가를 회원으로 하는 글로벌 조직이잖아요. 그래서 정책 결정을 할 때 국가의 의견을 모아서 하는데 1992년 지속가능 발전과 관련된 회의를 할 때는 국가가 물론 협상하고 의견을 내지만 우리 사회를 구성하고 있는 다양한 이해 당사자들의 참여를 보장하는 시스템을 만든 거죠. 소위 9개의 주요 그룹이라고 하는. 그래서 거기에는 여성, 청소년을 비롯해서요. 그다음에 기업계, 노동자, 농민 다 포함하고 그중에 지방정부도 9개 그룹 중에 한 그룹으로 선정을 하게 됩니다. 제일 첫 번째 슬라이드에서 이 클레이가 1990년에 만들어졌다고 했는데요. 1990년은 UN이 1992년 리우 회의를 만드는 과정이었어요. 그래서 저런 이해 당사자들이 참여하는 프로세스를 만들 때 지속 가능성 이슈에 특화된 지방정부 네트워크가 1990년 당시에는 없었습니다. 그래서 유엔이 지방정부에게 지속 가능 발전에 특화된 지방정부의 네트워크를 좀 구성해 줄 것을 요청했고, 그래서 90년에 만들어졌고 1992년 유엔 회의를 준비하는 과정에 지방정부의 목소리를 투영하면서 유엔은 이해 당사자 연계 프로그램을 출범하고, 그 다음에 국제사회는 이제 지속 가능 발전 정책을 합의된 정책으로 채택을 하게 된 거죠. 그래서 저는 여기에서 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 유엔이 아젠다 21이라고 하는 것을 결과 문서로 채택했을 때 그 안에 소위 9개 주요 그룹들이 무슨 역할을 어떻게 해야 되는지를 다 포함을 하고 있습니다. 근데 그리고 그 중에 지방정부와 관련된 챕터에서는 국가는 아젠다 21, 지속가능 발전을 위해서 21세기에 해야 될 과제들을 수행하지만 지방정부는 지역 단위의 소위 로컬 아젠다 21, 그래서 지역 단위의 의제를 선정하고 국가의 지속가능 발전 목표가 잘 이행될 수 있도록 협력해야 될 것을 전제하는 내용을 담았다는 겁니다. 그게 리우 플러스 10, 리우 플러스 20를 지나면서 2015년에 SDGs로 채택이 됐고요. 그리고 이것을 국제사회는 어떻게 점검하고 있죠? 소위 고위급 정치 포럼이라고 하는 것을 개최하고 유엔의 회원국들은 보고서를 제출합니다. 어떻게 이행했는지. 그것을 VNR 이렇게 부르죠. 그리고 그것은 국가들이 강제는 안 했지만 하도록 약속을 한 거죠. 그런데 이렇게 리포팅을 하는 책임은 국가에게만 있지 않습니다. 유엔에서는 동시에 지난 1992년부터 지금까지 지속가능 발전 정책을 이어오는 과정 중에 지속 가능성을 증진시키기 위한, 지속 가능성 위기를 극복하기 위한 방안으로 이해 당사자들의 역할의 중요성을 강조했고, 지난 30년 동안 특히 지방정부 역할의 중요성에 대한 건 계속 고조돼 왔던 거죠. 그래서 30년이 지나서 SDG는 지금 국가가 VNR을 리포팅할 때 지방정부는 VLR, 지방정부의 지속가능성 보고서를 리포팅할 수 있는 플랫폼을 열고, 그리고 거기에서 지방정부들도 어떤 기여를 하고 있는지를 확인을 하고 있습니다. 잘 아시는 것처럼 기후변화 협약도 뭐죠? 30년 지나면서 파리 협약을 거치면서 이제는 그 전에는 지방정부의 룸이 대단히 협소했지만 파리 협약을 거치면서는 지방정부가 더 이상 옵저버나 이해 당사자가 아니라 기후 행동을 해야 될 뭐라고 해서 코액터 이렇게 지명을 한 거죠. 그래서 지방정부의 기여 없이, 역할 없이 목적 달성을 할 수 없다고 하는 걸 분명히 얘기를 하고 있고요. 그리고 파리 협약 이후에는 지방정부, 세계 지방정부의 네트워크들이 글로벌 정책 활동을 하는 거에 있어서 핵심 슬로건이 뭡니까? 이렇게 물으면 한 가지만 얘기하세요 하면 저거죠. 멀티레벨 거버넌스, 멀티레벨 액션 이렇게 부릅니다. 이것은 무슨 뜻이냐 하면 멀티레벨이죠. 유엔이 있고 국가가 있고 지방정부가 있잖아요. 똑같이 지속 가능성을 증진해야 될 공적인 책무를 가진 주체들인데 그동안 유엔에서 약속한, 유엔이 채택한 것을 국가가 수용한다고 했을 때 그 국가가 정말 책임 있게 잘 하고 있다고 하는 것은 보고서로만 하나요? 지방정부는 뭐라고 얘기하냐 하면 지속가능 발전, 지속가능성은 그 태생적으로 이해 당사의 참여 없이 한 발자국도 나갈 수 없는 숙제입니다. 그런데 9개의 유엔이 정한 90년에 정한 9개의 이해 당사자 그룹 중에 그 중에 공공의 주체는 지방 정부이거든요. 이해 당사자 협력하는데 공공 주체인 지방 정부와도 협력하지 않으면서 누구와 어떤 협력을 할 거냐라고 하는 질문이고요. 그리고 국가가 유엔의 정책을 받아들이고 그것을 잘 하려고 하면 지방 정부들이 열심히 할 수 있도록 잘 최선을 다해서 할 수 있도록 하는 제도와 체계를 만들지 않고서는 목적을 달성할 수 없다고 하는 교훈에서 나온 슬로건입니다. 그래서 저것을 이제 정책 용어로 쓰고 있고 주로는 기후변화 협약에서 많이 쓰지만 지속가능 발전 목표나 생물다양성 협약의 이행 과정에서도 공히 쓰이고 있습니다. 그리고 지금 현재에는 기후변화 협약과 관련해서도 유엔이 하는 캠페인에 도시의 트랙을 유엔이 다시 세팅을 하기도 하고요. 그리고 올해 제28차 기후변화 협약 당사국 총회가 개최되는데 이때는 그 회의가 개회되는 첫날에 그 첫 지역 기후행동 정상회의라고 하는 것을 이제 개최하는데 이것은 유엔 기후변화 협약 사무국과 함께 개최를 하는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이렇게 지방 정부들의 역할을 촉구하는 것으로 흐름이 바뀌어왔다고 하는 겁니다. 여러분 생물다양성 협약도 2년에 한 번씩 그 당사국 총회를 개최하는데요. 지난 생물다양성 10년 지나고 지난 회에 개최된 생물다양성 협약 당사국 총회에서는 앞으로 10년 동안 이행할 새로운 생물다양성 정책 틀을 채택했습니다. 그런데 지난 10년 전하고 앞으로도 국가는 소위 NB삽이라고 하는 국가 생물다양성 전략 계획을 수립해서 협약의 이행 과정을 보고하는데 보고할 때 동시에 지방 정부들은 지역 단위의 생물다양성 전략을 수립하고 보고하도록 하고 있습니다. 그래서 국가가 NB삽을 통해서 이행 상황을 보고할 때 LB삽을 통해서 국가의 목표를 더 달성한 내용을 포함해서 보고하라고 하는 요청을 하고 있어요. 그래서 급기야는 지난해의 당사국 총회에서는 제일 아래에 있는 저희는 CWN 이렇게 부르는데요. Cities with Nature라고 하는 플랫폼 이니셔티브가 출범해서 이제는 국가가 생물다양성 협약을 국가에서 어떻게 이행하는지만 보고하는 게 아니고 지방 정부도 그 이행 상황을 플랫폼에 보고하라고 하는 시스템까지를 출범했다고 하는 겁니다. 그래서 이렇게 지방 정부는 비단 이클레이뿐만 아니라 대단히 많은 지방 정부 네트워크들이 세계에서 활동하고 있는데 거기에서 글로벌 정책 활동의 주요 핵심 단어는 그렇죠? 다양한 층위의 정부 간의 협력 그리고 협력에 기초한 협력적 행동 이것이 아니고서는 우리가 당면하고 있는 지속가능성 위기를 극복할 수 있는 과제를 이행할 수 어렵다고 하는 게 이제 제일 중요한 목소리입니다. 제가 지방정부 역할의 중요성에 대한 얘기를 했기 때문에 이 한 가지 슬라이드를 더 했는데요. 유엔은 국가가 1차 당사자잖아요. 근데 유엔에서는요, 지난 2020년 이후부터는 도시와 어떻게 유엔이 효율적으로 잘 협력할 수 있을지를 논의하는 태스크포스가 진행이 지금 축구진이 되어 오고 있습니다. 그만큼 국가뿐만 아니라 지방정부들이 지속가능성 관련한 데 있어서 역할이 중요하다고 하는 것을 강조하고 있고요. 그런데 그렇게 되기까지 그동안에 이게 그냥 된 게 아니거든요. 이거는 저희가 내부적으로 정리했던 자료인데 기후변화 협약 초창기에 특별한 기여는 목소리를 낼 수 있는 룸은 적었지만 지방정부 네트워크들은 계속 당사국 총회 개최 과정을 통해서 지방정부의 목소리를 투영하기 위한 노력을 지속적으로 해왔고요. 생물다양성 협약 이행 과정에서도 2007년 이후에는 당사국 총회가 개최될 때마다 생물다양성 세계 지방정부 정상회의를 개최하면서 국가와 지방정부가 보다 협력적으로 지속가능 발전 각각의 협약이 목표로 하는 것을 잘 이행할 수 있도록 하는 노력을 기울여 왔습니다. 여기는 생물다양성과 관련해서 국제적으로 많이 회자되고 있는 중요한 리포트들이에요. 특히 생물다양성 협약은 소위 GBO 글로벌 생물다양성 전망 보고서라는 걸 발표하면서 지구적 생물다양성 현황을 진단했는데 그 국가들이 볼 수 있는 거죠. 글로벌. 그런데 이 보고서를 그렇게만 하지 않고 보시면 CBO 있죠. 도시 단위에서 이것을 어떻게 해석하고 중요한 메시지가 뭔지를 추려서 하는 보고서들을 중간에 발간하기도 했고요. 그리고 아까 LB삽, 지역 단위의 생물 다양성 전략을 어떻게 잘할 수 있는지에 대한 가이드라인을 만들기도 했고요. 그다음에 생물 다양성이나 생태계 서비스를 지역에서 어떻게 잘하면 좋을지에 대한 저런 리포트들을 글로벌 국가를 위한 글로벌 보고서 그러면 대체로는 국가를 기본적인 타겟으로 하는데 그것들을 지역에서 어떻게 해석하고 이행하는지를 알리기 위한 노력들이 이어져 왔습니다. 또 이거 유명한 건 너무 잘 아시죠? 우리 IPCC 리포트를 통해서 기후변화에 대한 과학적 지식을 얻고 있는데 그런 내용들이 지역에서의 정책 결정자들에게도 함의가 크기 때문에 활용성을 높이기 위한 저런 활동들을 지속적으로 이어왔다고 하는 겁니다. 뭐죠? 우리가 지금 얘기하고 있는 중심에 있는 지속 가능성 이슈라고 하는 것은 그리고 그것이 국제 협력이 중요하다고 하는데 우리는 국제 협력 그럼 여러분들은 뭘 상상하세요? 그래서 저는 이클레이 얘기를 하면서 국제협력, 글로벌 협력에서는 주체에 대한 생각을 좀 다시 한번 좀 안에 좀 세우시면 좋겠다는 겁니다. 국제협력 무조건 막연히 국가가, 무조건 막연히 전문가가 이런 게 아니라는 겁니다. 이 사회를 구성하고 있는 다양한 이해 당사자들의 참여 통로를 이미 30여 년 전에 그렇죠? 국제사회에서는 틀로서 만들기로 했고요. 그 영역들은 그런 영역을 높이기 위한 활동을 이제 지속적으로 해왔다고 하는 겁니다. 지금까지는 이제 글로벌 주의였다고 하면 이제는 회원 축으로 넘어가겠습니다. 이 회원은 뭐냐면 이클레이 회원 조직이죠. 그래서 이클레이는 전 세계에 이제 회원이 많으니까 3년에 한 번씩 세계 회의를 개최합니다. 그래서 소위 전략 계획이라고 하는 걸 발표해서 이제 지속 가능 이클레이의 중심 과제는 지속 가능한 도시를 잘 만드는 거라 그랬잖아요. 이 지속 가능한 도시를 잘 만들려면 지방 정부들은 무엇을 어떻게 해야 되는가 하는 내용을 담는 거죠. 저게 바로 그 틀이에요. 그래서 거기에 뭐죠? 이제는 도시를 지속 가능하게 만드는 게 대단히 중요한 과제인데 어떻게 할 것인가 하는 것을 이제 전략 계획에 담았고요. 저 중에서도 가운데 있는 저렇게 세운 저 비전을 그렇죠? 지속 가능한 도시를 만들기 위한 비전은 특히 저 5개 이클레이가 제안하는 패스웨이를 통해서 이룰 수 있다 이렇게 얘기하고 있어요. 그러니까 질문은 뭐냐 하면 지속 가능한 도시 뭘 하면 됩니까? 이렇게 물어보면 이클레이의 답은 뭐냐 하면 여러분이 지역의 리더라면 여러분들이 전문가라면 여러분들이 시민이라면 적어도 우리 지역에서는 시정이 그렇죠? 정책의 방향이 저탄소를 실현하고 그렇죠? 서큘라를 실현하고 자연 기반의 도시를 강화하는 것 그리고 회복력을 높여가는 일 그리고 형평성 있게 사람 중심의 가치를 실현하는 요 5가지의 정책을 잘 실현할 수 있을 때 지속 가능한 도시가 될 수 있다. 그래서 이클레이의 회원은 이 5가지의 가치들이 동시에 실현될 수 있도록 최선을 다해서 노력하자. 그리고 이클레이는 그것과 관련된 정책의 툴을 개발하고 모니터링할 수 있는 시스템을 마련하고 그 결과를 모아서 국가가 조금 더 지방 정부들이 이걸 적극적으로 잘 할 수 있도록 지원하는 일을 이제 해나가고 있다고 하는 겁니다. 이건 이제 5가지의 그 패스웨이에 있는 것마다 프로그램이 있다고 하는 거고요. 이 그림은 그러면 우리가 얘기하는 SDG와 이클레이가 얘기하는 5개의 패스웨이와는 무슨 관계가 있냐라고 하는 질문에 대한 답입니다. 이클레이는 5가지의 가치, 이 패스웨이를 통해서 지역의 지속 가능성을 높이는 실천을 할 수 있는데 이거를 잘 하면 지속 가능 발전 목표가 정한 17개의 목표를 이렇게 증진하는 데 기여할 수 있다고 하는 관련성을 설명을 하고 있고요. 그리고 이렇게 3년마다 이렇게 어떤 활동을 했는지를 진단하고 분석하는 보고서에 저런 결과물을 담고 있는 겁니다. 지난 3년 동안 이클레이의 회원이 많은데 그중에 1278개 도시 지방정부들이 전부 146개 종류의 프로젝트들을 다 했다고 하는 거예요. 그래서 그 내용이 무슨 내용인가 살펴봤더니 5개의 패스웨이를 기준으로 할 때는 저 원형에 이렇게 나타나고 그리고 그 내용들이 17개의 지속가능 발전 목표와 관련했을 때는 저런 분포를 보이더라. 그래서 뭐죠? 이클레이가 제안하는 지속가능한 도시를 만드는 방법을 통해서 지속가능 발전 목표의 실현은 물론 그렇죠? 지속가능성을 높이는 데 기여할 수 있다 이런 메시지를 내고 있는 거고요. 그리고 나머지는 5개의 그 패스웨이마다 각각의 저렇게 분석 틀을 해서 우리가 어느 쯤에 와 있는지를 이제 회원 지방 정부들이 알도록 했다고 하는 겁니다. 그럼 제가 지금까지 지속가능 발전 목표, 도시, 지방정부 얘기했는데요. 도시와 지방정부를 굳이 제가 구분한 이유는 도시라고 하는 표현은 시골이면 뺀다는 뜻이 아니라 도시라고 하는 것은 우리의 삼터라고 하는 통칭이고 그다음에 우리가 살고 있는 지역의 이 삼터에서 공적인 책임을 갖고 지속 가능성을 높이기 위해서 활동해야 되는 책임 주체는 누구냐? 그런 지방정부라고 하는 것을 강조하기 위해서 단어를 조금 이제 구분해서 썼다는 점을 이해해 주시면 좋겠고요. 이 그림 그래서 왜 도시가 그렇게 중요하다는 거예요? 국가가 잘하면 되는 게 아니야? 라고 하는 질문에 대한 답입니다. 뭐 도시가 그렇죠? 이미 도시화가 돼서 전 세계 인구의 절반 이상이 도시에 살고 있는 건 여러분 다 잘 아시는 사실이고요. 앞으로 30년 지나면 70% 80% 이상이 도시에 산다는 거잖아요. 그리고 그 도시에서 모든 자원을 소모하죠. 온실가스 배출도 어마어마하게 하죠. 그렇죠? 그리고 거기에서 해법도 또 찾아야 되는 거죠. 그래서 이 도시에서 일어나는 모든 활동들의 1차적인 공적 책임 주체가 누굽니까? 지방정부인 거죠. 그래서 지방정부들이 지속가능 발전을 위한 노력을 잘 할 때 가능성이 생기고 잘하지 않는다면 지구적 지속 가능성은 없다라고 하는 걸 강조하고 있고요. 특히 이거는 우리가 도시 얘기하지만 지표상에서 도시 면적은 2%도 안 된다는 거잖아요. 그리고 왜 또 도시가 중요하냐면 유엔의 회원국들이 200여 개국에 달하지만 우리가 인구 1,000만이 넘는 이 큰 소위 메가시티라고 하는 것을 봤을 때 온실가스 배출량을 비교해 보자는 거예요. 회원국 중에 한 150개 정도는 굉장히 작은 나라들인데 그 각각의 유엔 회원국들이 배출하는 온실가스 배출량이나 지속 가능성에 부하를 주는 것보다는 인구 1,000만 이상의 대도시들이 지속 가능성에 주는 부하가 훨씬 크다는 거죠. 그래서 지속 가능성 측면에서는 지방 정부들에게 더 큰 책임과 더 큰 권한을 주고 더 큰 책임을 요구해야 되는 것. 그렇죠? 그런 협력이 가능할 때 우리가 지속 가능성 위기도 잘 극복할 수 있다고 하는 것을 표현한 거고요. 이제 마지막인데요. 그래서 이제 지방 정부 이렇게 중요해요. 그래서 지방 정부의 많은 네트워크들이 활동하고 있는데 여기서 두 가지만 말씀을 하나는 지방 정부들은요. 권한이 적어요. 의욕적인 지속 가능성 정책 의지가 있는 거에 비해서 가진 권한이 적고요. 하고 싶은 일에 비해서 적어요. 그리고 지방 정부들이 권한이 적고 국가 중앙 집중적이라고 하는 건 비단 한두 나라의 문제가 아닌 거잖아요. 그래서 그것을 좀 확장하는데 그것을 확장할 때 우리가 지속 가능성을 향한 전환이 이루어질 수 있는 방향으로에 어떻게 견인할 수 있는가 하는 것이 이제 사회적 과제라고 하는 점입니다. 뭐 제가 짧은 시간에 우두두두둑 혼자 막 달려서 얘기했는데요. 슬라이드 조금 보시면 지속가능 뭐 정책 역사 다 아실 것 같고요. 그리고 뒤에 참고로 제가 설명한 내용들의 출처가 어디에 있는지 좀 보실 수 있도록 뒤에다 첨부를 해놨으니 참고를 하시면 좋겠고 하고 싶은 얘기는 저겁니다. 우리가 지속가능성이라고 하는 건 글로벌 이슈잖아요. 글로벌 이슈는 어디에서 해결 가능하죠? 글로벌 이슈에 대한 문제의식이 큰 도시를 통해서 지역으로 내려오지 않는다면 지역에서 뭔가 하지 않는다면 아무것도 될 수 없다고 하는 게 지난 30년, 50년 우리 지구적 그렇죠? 모든 활동가, 모든 정책 결정자들의 교훈이에요. 그래서 그거를 어떻게 만들 것인가 하는 얘기이고요. 그래서 지역 실천 중요하다는 거고 저기 있는 것처럼 이 지속 가능성 이슈가 글로벌 이슈인데 글로벌 이슈에 대응하는 길, 그 시작은 우리 집 앞에 골목을 통해서 신장로를 통해서 세계로 이어져 있다 이렇게 얘기하는 겁니다. 어떻게 하면 지역에서의 행동을 실질적으로 보다 강력하게 할 수 있는가 그런 법을 만들고 제도를 만들고 시스템을 만들고 그런 역할자들을 격려할 수 있는 시스템들이 이런 회의나 논의 이런 포럼을 통해서 조금 더 강화되고 확산되면 좋겠고 여러분들은 이클레이 오늘 처음 들으신 분들이 대다수라고 하시니 국제협력 지속가능성과 관련된 이슈에 있어서 주체로서의 지방정부를 좀 다시 보시고 지방정부를 향한 조언도 좀 아낌없이 주실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있으면 좋겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 고맙습니다.
Thank you so much, Ms. Park, for providing that very vast systematic overview of the intense amount of international network, perhaps paving a way for a new norm in cooperation and collaboration. So thank you so much. Now, to move things along, to keep up with the time, I would like to invite Ms. Abir Ashur to the podium to present on UCLG Africa, the Advancing Local Governance and Partnership for Sustainable Development. If you would please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Ashur.
Thank you for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Abir Ashur, and I'm a task manager in the African Local Government Academy under the United Cities and Local Government of Africa, UCLG Africa. And I'm truly delighted to be with you today. And I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation in this important forum. So today, I have the opportunity to share with you the commitment of our organization to empower local governance and to accelerate progress towards the 2030 agenda with the collaborative partnerships. So I will start by presenting the organization. So UCLG Africa is the umbrella organization of African local governments, and it was founded as the African section of UCLG World. Our organization is gathering 54 local and regional national association, and it is located in Morocco. So at UCLG Africa, our vision and mandate revolve around building unity in Africa from its grassroots. We are committed to leaving no one and no place behind in local Africa. Our mission includes connecting people and institutions and working in win-win partnerships and co-creation. We strive to anchor quality and standards of excellence while promoting decentralization, local governance, and development, empowering human capital through diverse methodology, advocacy, capacity building, technical assistance, and knowledge sharing is also at the core of our work. So today we will have a special focus on our flagship event, which is the AfriCity Summit, as a unique platform dedicated to accelerating the 2030 agenda through partnerships. So the AfriCity Summit is a major Pan-African event that focuses on urban development and the issues facing African cities and local governments. It provides a platform for African mayors, local authorities, and other stakeholders to discuss and to address the challenges and opportunities related to urbanization and local governance on the continent. So over the 9 editions of the AfriCity Summit, we have tackled a multitude of themes, each connecting to the SDGs, such as urbanizations, climate change, gender equality, and social inclusion. These themes are not just a talking point, they are real action aimed to achieving the SDGs. So the AfriCity Summit is organized every 3 years. It's a triennial event, and it brings together each edition between 5,000 to 12,000 participants, representing stakeholders from all over the continent. And it is really widely recognized as the most important platform for this purpose on the continent. So this event is truly a multi-stakeholder platform. And among those who attend the event, we have ministers, leaders, elected representatives from local governance, national and regional administration, public and private companies, civil society organizations, researchers and academics, media, international institutions, and development partners. The AfriCity Summit is also dedicated space for exchange for the young people, women, farmers, trade unionists, and businessmen. The summit is also an occasion to organize several important meetings. We have, for example, the meeting of the ministries in charge of decentralization in Africa, the meeting between the mayors, meeting between the development partners, and at the end, we have a grand meeting between all these parties, the mayors, the development partners, and the ministers. where they share all their perspective and insights. So here are some key ways in which the Africity contributes to accelerating the 2030 agenda through sharing best practices. It is also a peer learning moment between the leaders where they can learn from one another. It is also a moment for capacity building through the workshops, seminars, and training sessions organized by all the partners. And the summit is also a hub for sharing innovative ideas. Africities is also known by supporting local initiatives by showcasing them at a grand stage. So the last edition of the Africity Summit, it was held in Kenya, Kisumu, on 2022, and the theme was the role of intermediary cities of Africa in the implementation of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations and the African Union Agenda 2063. And there is a link to a video for this edition. So now I'll move to another important initiative of our organization in our mission to empower local governments and foster sustainable development, which is the African Local Government Academy, ALGA. And ALGA is a strategic lever for our organization for the investment in the human capital of the LRGs through learning, training, capacity building, and peer learning. So the mission of ALGA is to support our members and networks through designing and the implementation of training offers, the accreditation and quality insurance, and the standardization and modernization of the human resource management at the regional and local level. We organize several offers, training offers, which are all related to the SDGs. And for example, last year we have focused on the training of trainers, and we have trained 60 trainers on the localization of the SDGs through decentralized cooperation in partnership with the UCLG World. And as a lesson learned from the pandemic, UCLG Africa has also established an e-academy, which is to promote the e-learning and the investment in the ICTs. We have also a knowledge share platform, and we organize each year an annual meeting forum calling the African Forum of Territorial Managers and Training Institutes, targeting local governments, call it FAMI, and the next edition will be from 20 to 26th of November in Morocco on the theme of the contribution of local and regional governments to the realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And we'll be happy to welcome you in this event. So what is truly remarkable about these initiatives is the strong partnership behind them. For example, for ALGA, we collaborate with more than 20 anchoring institutes across the continent. These are universities serve as our focal points when organizing training and events. They contribute with their expertise. So UCLG Africa has also several dedicated networks serving as platforms for knowledge sharing, collaboration, and transformation, such as the network of local women elected in Africa, the REFELA, and the YELLO, which is a network dedicated to elected officials under the age of 35. We have a Human Resource Managers Network and several other networks. So there's also are some other initiatives and main projects of our organization in accelerating the 2030 agenda, like the creation of climate task force to engage, support, and support the involvement of the allergies in climate action, the development of 3 observatories at the Pan-African level, the celebration of the African capital of culture, the implementation of the Ecolog approach, which is an approach to measure the wealth created in the level of cities, and along with several other initiatives. We also launch many campaigns of awareness to get our message out. And one of our fruitful initiatives established in the AfriCity 9 is the launch of the UCLG Africa ASAN and PCC Local Africa Public Service Award, which aims to recognize and celebrate innovative solutions, best practices, and initiatives implemented by African local and regional government in decentralization, local governance, and territorial development. And for this edition, we have received 20 applications from 13 African countries. That will be all from me this day. I hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ashur, for your presentation showcasing the educational, partnership, and capacity building components crucial to the implementation of SDGs. Thank you so much. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite your attention to the screen. We're inviting Mr. Duong with the UNDP Global Lead on Global Governments for Public Good. If I may, please begin your presentation. All right. Please invite Mr. Duong and welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you just confirm that you are hearing me and seeing me well?
Sorry, could you repeat that again? I'm so sorry. Oh, yes, we can see you very clearly.
I'm asking if you see me and you hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and see you very well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this important event that you're having in Seoul. I also like to warmly welcome the 130 plus participants whom I understand are coming from around the world. I think such events are very important for us to share knowledge, but also learn among ourselves. So it's a great pleasure to be here. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of one of my colleagues, the UNRC from Mongolia, that I understand is also in the room. So with this, let me maybe start by saying that I want to build a little bit on what my three fellow presenters have just highlighted. I mean, they come from different perspectives about localizing the SDGs. And a message I think that came across their presentation was not only the complexity of how cities or local governments face when they have to localize the SDGs, but also the fact that all these local development challenges are all interconnected. And we have seen this, right? When we saw, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic, we really realized that, the health ministry or the health sector was not, sufficiently equipped to address the whole pandemic, but you need to have a whole of government and more than that, a whole of society approach to address the SDGs at cities and at local government. So what I want to focus here, and let me go straight into this first slide that you see of a picture of a city. If you look at the top of this picture, you see growth, right? You see big buildings, and you're assuming that people that are living here are well, have high incomes and so forth. But look at below. I mean, it's a slum. And I saw in the chat that colleagues have mentioned the slum in Kenya, where I also worked some years ago, some 15 years ago. And the question that we have to look here when we speak about the SDGs, as the colleague from UCLG has mentioned, is the fact that it's all about leaving no one behind, right? How do we accelerate sustainable development for everyone? So the issue is, how do you really focus and how do you empower local governments and urban governments to be able to respond to those challenges so that people at that local level have more access to basic services, education, health, water, security, but but also from a governance perspective that, they have the rights to be able to participate fully in their society and be heard and contribute to planning mechanisms. So let's go now into the next slide, please. So this slide, I don't know if you see it in detail, but it's an old slide that I always use. It's a slide that was developed by one of my colleagues in 2015. And it basically shows, if you look at the horizontal axis, that the more a country invests financially at the local level, and this is related to education, the higher, if you look at the vertical axis, the higher the literacy rate is. So in a nutshell, more you invest at the local level financially, higher your education rate is. And this is, of course, an appeal for governments to better decentralize fiscal resource, meaning that they need to basically allocate more fiscal resources to local governments and to cities. But not only that, the local governments also need to have the power and the capacity to mobilize additional funds or be able to plan the utilization of their funds differently and less so in a vertical silo approach. Next slide, please. So what I'm trying to highlight here on this slide is the fact that there's not one solution that fits all. Of course, we all face different development contexts, and those development contexts requires different approaches, different policies, different investments that really matches their very specific needs. So in a very basic perspective here, when you look at the rural area, of course, a lot of the work needs to be around, multi-dimension poverty. How do you assess the poverty that is happening in rural areas? Is it about health? Is it about education? Is it about supporting farmers to have access to better markets or to have access to better seeds? Is it about social protection? Those are the questions that very often you look at when you look at rural development. And of course, something that is very critical across the world is the whole issue about infrastructure. Infrastructure, of course, to communicate, but also infrastructure to improve production and the value chain. At the middle, the bubble in the middle says peri-urban, and this is something that we see now again in many, many countries and mostly in middle-income countries. It's the fact that you have this kind of population that is not rural, but is not yet really into an urban context. And here you have a lot of migration happening, right? From rural to those peri-urban contexts. How do you reduce inequalities? How do you assure that those populations that lives in this peri-urban context have the necessary rights, the necessary legal instruments to be able to exercise their rights and claim for service, etc. So that is, again, different development context and different tools, policies, and investments that are needed. And then, as a presenter has highlighted this afternoon, I guess for you, you have the whole cities, where, as we know, 50% of the world population will be living in a very short period of time. How do you address not only the development of the city so that it is sustainable, that it is also addressing issues of climate change and disaster in a more resilient manner, but also how do you build an urban city that is green and that is also safe for everyone? So again, this is all about SDG localization. And what I'm trying to say here is that depending, of course, on the local context, governments and people and the private sector needs to have different localization approaches. Next slide, please. So with this, I wanted to highlight here 3 key challenges that often local governments or cities face when they are looking at their whole localization kind of agenda, strategy, or policies. These three local governance challenges slow down the whole localization process. And the first one is very much around the policies. And this is what I call fragmented decentralization and local governance reforms. Very often you have countries that have passed laws in terms of political decentralization, which means that people on the ground can vote, for instance, for their mayors and for their local council. But what they have not necessarily done is acted what we call the administrative and the fiscal decentralization. By administrative decentralization, I mean that the central government needs to allocate, needs to decentralize functions from central governments down to cities, provinces, etc. Right? So if a city does not have the power to basically look at solid waste management or disaster risk reduction, then clearly that city cannot, respond to the needs of the people, right? So you need to have political decentralization, but you also need to have administrative decentralization with the accurate capacities at that level for the people to be able to perform their function. But you also need to have fiscal decentralization, meaning that you need to have the resources allocated at that level for the people to be able to deliver. The second issue that we see is also very much an issue of accountability. And in many countries still, and this is unfortunate, the accountability goes more upwards. So, the governments at different level are more accountable to the government above them, but less so to the people on the ground. And this is, of course, that's something that needs to change. And similarly, what we also tend to see here is a lack of incentive for local governments and for cities to innovate. And we know today that we need to innovate if we want to deliver the SDGs, because, as I just said, all the local development challenges are interconnected, are complex, and using, silo approach, ministries, vertical kind of intervention is not sufficient. And this brings me to the last point, which is really a lack of data at the local level, because very much, our statistical mechanisms allow us to collect and analyze data mainly at a district level or at the provincial level. And below that level, we do not have necessarily the information and the data that we need to be able to inform what the investments and the planning processes are. Next slide, please. So with this, and this is almost my last slide, I just want to share a little bit of the experience that UNDP has in terms of localizing the SDGs. And we believe basically in what we call 4+1 enablers. So the first enabler is the bubble on your up left side that says policy coherence, decentralization, and multi-level governance. So yes, we're talking about localization, but for localization to happen, it needs to be well coordinated with national policies. It needs to be coherent with national strategies. And of course, as I just mentioned earlier, the decentralization process needs to be active and effective. The second, on your right side, is the data analytics and the monitoring and evaluation. Again, you cannot plan, deliver, and respond to people's needs on the ground if you don't have disaggregated data. So here, not only do we need national statistics, but what we also encourage in UNDP is the use of, for instance, AI, big data, so that we're able to capture data live from people, on the ground using social media and other forms, so that we're able to enrich national statistics with live data coming from everyone. The bubble below says multi-stakeholder partnership, because as I earlier mentioned, the SDGs are extremely complex. They're about a whole government and a whole of society approach. Private sector, communities, other NGOs and CSOs on the ground are extremely important to be able to drive the change and to push for the change. So this is why this partnership is equally important. And in UNDP, we're having different tools that encourage better participation of people, including vulnerable population, but not only participation. We focus today very much in what we call deep listening. So we basically try to better understand the root cause of people on the ground. And not only are we trying to listen to them differently, we're also trying to bring them in what we call a co-creation process, meaning that they work with us to be able to design the solutions that they believe are the more sustainable and the more appropriate to their local community. So we're trying to move away from a kind of an expert perspective where we come and we share our best practices towards having a space where we listen to local communities and we co-create with them the solution that they believe are the most sustainable for them. And then the fourth circle is around financing. And then, as I said, it's about utilization of public resources in a more effective and transparent manner, but also creating the incentives for the private sector to invest at that local level, create jobs, etc., so that we have a better impact of the public and private resources. Now, what is important is this big blue circle that you have in the center, and this is the +1. It's about innovation. Why innovation? Because, as I said, we need to work differently. And by innovation, don't only think of technology and digital tools, also think of social innovation, behavior insight. So basically trying to bring new approaches, new social approaches closer to government and communities to do things differently. I have now a last slide, and I promise it's the last one, please. And it's a summary that basically, stress the fact that we only have 7 years to go, right? I mean, it's not that the SDGs were adopted last year. And if we really want to have an impact, and if we really want to accelerate this whole SDG and Agenda 2030, we need to stop thinking in silo. We need to think differently. And this is why, this systems approach that I tried to mention in my presentation and the portfolio approach that connects the complexity, the solutions together is within the development community and in UNDP and the UN agencies in particular, something that we are advocating for if we want to be able to deliver and be able to closely meet the Agenda 2030. And for this, platforms are essential, including this kind of exchange that we're having today, to be able to share our learnings, but also engage with a wider group of people, not only with government, but with academic students and other researchers. So with this, let me thank you and hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dong, for a comprehensive look at what makes this localization so challenging, as there are no new challenges, but they are all very unique. And I'd just like to just invite us to remember all the things that have covered by our speakers from ICLEI, ADPC, UNDP, as well as UCLG, and really pose the question of what really makes sustainability sustainable, as well as who are we left behind in a pathway towards progress, as well as implementing the SDGs. So if you would please give a round of applause for our speakers for their presentations. Now, we have around about 10 minutes left. I'd like to transition us into a Q&A session. And I apologize, we are running a little short on time, so we might have to cut the Q&A session short. But we would like to begin by posing some questions that have been previously collected. And then I would like to open up a space for the audience to ask the question directly to one of the speakers, a little bit of the questions there. Now, first, I would like to open up the question for Mr. Senegal. What can we do differently at the local level to effectively address various emerging disasters?
As I was trying to explain during my intervention, so I think we need to have strong footings with the local governments. So that's where the impacts are happening. So as we all know that the global frameworks that we have been discussing so far, of course, at the national level, as the previous speaker was trying to highlight, maybe things happening in silos when it comes to SFDRR, Disaster Management Organization, when it comes to climate change, Paris agreements, maybe the Ministry of Environment or Climate Change. So maybe things are now improving, but the things are still like, happening at that rate. But when it comes to local governments, so whatever the decisions are made at the national level for the local governments, that differentiation is not much there. So at the local level, so the local government in particular, so they need to listen to all these, national level organizations when it comes to when it comes to actions. So I think the question is like, what we can do different at local level to effectively address various emerging disasters. I think we need to empower the systems at the local level when it comes to like, to make them aware. Sort of like, maybe as I was mentioning, when it comes to CC or even DR, I mean the risk management plans. So we need to empower, we need to educate them, we need to sort of like, provide capacity building at that level. So here the whole discussion is around like, digital transformation. So as I was trying to highlight in my presentation, so there are so much of like, data that can be sort of like, gathered to maybe remote sensing or even other ways of means. And then there are so many tools, the decision support systems tools. So things have been happening in the past, actually, most tools which we have also developed, it's sitting at the national level, but we need to bring them to sort of like, local government levels so that, they can, if we can train them, if we can build the capacity of these, people at the local level so they can effectively use. They are the people who take the decision when disaster comes, at the, kind of like, closely working with the first responders. So this is the way that I see that, we need to empower more and more with the local governments, tools and data and information. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for highlighting the importance of empowering the local level stakeholders who are, like you said, the first level responders too. All right. Next question, I would like to give this over to Ms. Park. What can ICLEI do to help local governments contribute to economic growth?
어느 분이 질문하셨을까요? 너무 어려운 질문을 저한테 주셨네요. 저는 이제 back to the basic 다시 생각해 보면 지속가능 발전이라고 하는 것을 글로벌 중심 정책으로 결정했을 때 그런 논의까지 모아지기까지의 단초를 제공했던 우리 사회가 가져온 리포트가 있죠. 뭐죠? 성장의 한계. 기억하시나요? 그래서 언제까지 어느 만큼의 성장을 우리 사회가 생각하는 목표로 볼 거냐라고 하는 것을 다시 생각해 보면 도시에서 그다음에 지속가능 발전을 추구하면서 경제적 성장을 이룬다고 하는 게 개발의 시대에 추구해왔던 경제의 성장과는 패턴이 다른 성장이라고 하는 것을 전제로 해야 될 필요가 있다는 거죠. 뭐죠? 그 조금은 좀 급진적인, 조금 더 적극적인 이제 목소리, 지속 가능성 위기에 대한 목소리를 내는 그룹의 한 목소리에 나는 좀 귀를 기울이면 좋겠다는 얘기를 하고 싶은데요. 우리가 당면한 지속 가능성 위기 중에 제일 심각하고 어려운 과제가 기후 위기에 대응하는 거죠. 근데 기후 위기를 유발하는 것은 뭐죠? 어마어마한 온실가스 배출, 그렇죠? 개발의 시대, 성장의 시대로 인한 결과라고 하는 거잖아요. 그런데 이제 아이러니하게도 우리는 계속 그런 경제적인 성장을 추구하면서 동시에 조금 더 재난이 없는 안락한 희망을 갖고 있다고 하는 겁니다. 그런데 우리가 SDGs에 대한 논의를 한다고 했을 때 SDG의 제일 첫 장에 나오는 단어는 뭐였죠? 트랜스포메이션이었잖아요. 전에 해왔던 방식과는 다른 것. 그렇죠? 그거에 대해서 저는 좀 리더들이, 전문가들이, 연구자들이, 시민들이 조금은 다른 방식으로 좀 생각을 해야 될 필요가 있지 않는가라는 얘기 하나 하고요. 그렇다고 지속 가능 발전을 추구한다고 해서 경제를 아무것도 하지 말고 가만히 있다는 건 아니잖아요. 그래서 대안적인 경제로 우리가 많이 얘기하고 있는 것들이 뭐 있죠? 사회적 경제, 조합에 대한 문제, 커뮤니티를 살리는 것, 지역성을 더 많이 드러냄으로써 지속 가능성에 부담을 주는 요소를 줄이는 과정에 대한 고민을 하자고 하는 취지이죠. 그래서 저는 여기에서는 어쨌든 우리가 가고 있는 과정인데 지속 가능 발전의 중심에 저는 믿기는 기존에 해왔던 것을 하루아침에 바꿀 수는 없지만 기존에 해왔던 것에 대한 반성에 기초한 결단 이었다고 저는 이제 이해를 하고 있어요. 그래서 경제적인 성장에 어떤 기여를 이클레이가 구체적으로 하고 있는가라고 하는 측면에서는 이클레이는 그것을 커버하는 방식은 기후 위기에 대응하는 방식 중에 여러분 좌초자산 이런 얘기 들어보셨죠? 많이 시설을 했지만 그쵸? 시설을 했지만 기후 위기 시대에 맞지 않아서 버릴 수밖에 없는 이런 것들이 생기지 않도록 하는 일. 그리고 일자리를 많이 만들어서 사람들이 경제적인 수입을 갖도록 하지만 그걸 통해서 사람들이 더 상하거나 생태적 부담을 더하는 결과를 초래하지 않는 방향의 성장과 지속 가능성의 가치를 실현하는 방향을 우선적으로 고려할 수 있는 풍토를 만들기 위한 과정에 있는 거다. 저는 이렇게 말씀을 드리는 것으로 대신하고, 그리고 지속 가능성 혹은 SDG에 관련 논의의 장에서는 그 시작을 지금까지의 모든 것을 다 누리면서 계속 지속 가능성을 할 수 있는가에 대해서는 저는 조금 더 열린 플랫폼에서의 조금 깊은 대화를 해야 될 필요가 있지 않겠나 하는 것으로 답을 대신하겠습니다.
Thank you so much, Ms. Park, for presenting those questions and answers to the questions about approaching at a basic level while really tackling the need for an almost paradigmic shift that we all need to confront in order to really make transformation a transformation. Now, I will have to say, due to the constraint in time, we did have some questions reserved for Mr. Duong and Mr. Ashur, but we're going to withhold that for the moment. But please be assured, the team organizers will be preparing an answer in written form, and we'll be distributing that to all the participants for today. But I would like to open up just one question. I do see the hand raised over there from the audience, because I do see the importance of highlighting some of the questions that you might be bringing. If the organizers may help giving the mic to the gentleman over there raising his hand, and then we'll wrap up the session with a question here.
Hello, my name is Chiraya Anderson from Zimbabwe. My question is to Abby, USCLG, or to my friend from UNDP. The buzzword right now is voluntary local reviews. And I thought that these guys will be also try to see how it is helping local authorities to accelerate or achieve sustainable development. And are there any learnings from the past 3 years on the voluntary local reviews? Thank you.
Okay, may I ask Ms. Ashur to begin the answer to this question first?
For our side in UCLG Africa, we are part of the global task force, and we are trying to help the local governments in Africa to for the reports, how to establish the reports for the VLR. Yes, we developed the together with UCLG World, we developed the guidelines, and we help them to establish the reports for the VLR.
All right, thank you. Mr. Duong, may I come to you for the second answer to this question?
Sure. I mean, the question deserves a long response, but very briefly, I think the beauty of the voluntary reports is that it's an incentive for the local governments to start measuring things or look at things, right? Progress and challenges. It also shows that governments are more interested of what is happening at that local level. So I think it's a very powerful soft tool to mobilize attention and to raise attention on issues that needs to be addressed. So that's one thing. It could also serve, as you know, as a baseline to further improve, you know, some of the local development challenge of cities. But again, if you look at it more from a political and a global perspective, the fact that a government brings together, you know, during the high-level political forum in summer in New York, local governments at the table to share their concerns, to raise and to represent the voice of the people on the ground, it's something that is very important. So in that sense, I think it's a very powerful soft tool to look at issues, to address, and to raise attention and keep the momentum. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you everybody for this participation and your undivided attention to our speakers, the panelists, and the questions. And we will wrap up here today. And thank you everyone, especially the speakers, for joining us. And I hope we meet you next opportunity to discuss more on the local governance and partnership. Now, will please pass the floor to Ms. Lee to close the session and then in preparation for the next line of program.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, everybody, and I hope dear participants, you've enjoyed so far the forum. The thematic focus of this forum delves into the critical roles in engagement among wide range of stakeholders, such as national research institutions and the local and regional governments and national governments, ministries, and non-governmental organizations to implement of the SDG at the local level. So with this, I would like to announce the finish of this forum, and thank you very much for your active participation. And we will have a short break for 5 minutes, so please be back at it's a 3:10 please. Yeah, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Youth Forum Awards ceremony. We will confer upon awards to the winner of the 7th Youth Forum on SDG implementation, which was held virtually on 8 September 2023. First, on behalf of the Incheon Metropolitan City, I would like to invite Team Innov Health virtually on the stage. Team Innov Health is now joining us from Canada, Germany, and the Philippines. I will read the award. Team Innov Health, Zhou Yuqi, Su Hyun Hong, and France Matthew Takdaran. You have achieved excellent results at the 7th Youth Forum on SDG implementation, sponsored by the Incheon Metropolitan City and organized by the United Nations Project Office on Governance of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Ministry of Interior and Safety, and Incheon Metropolitan City of Republic of Korea. On 8 September 2023, Yu Jong-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause. Please stay smiling. We will take one group photo online. Okay, thank you. Next, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, I would like to invite Team Eco Vanguards virtually on the stage. Team Eco Vanguards is now joining us virtually from Vietnam. I will read the award. Award certificate, Team Eco Vanguards, Chang Ding Le Huang, Nguyen Thi Tu Thuy, and Chang Min Kwang. You have achieved excellent results at the 7th Youth Forum on SDG implementation, sponsored by the Ministry of Environment, organized by the United Nations Project Office on Governance of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Ministry of the Interior and Safety, and Incheon Metropolitan City of the Republic of Korea. 8 September 2023, Han Hwa-jin, Minister of Environment. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause. Team Eco Vanguards, please give us a big smile. We will take one group photo online. Thank you. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Min Jae Kim, Deputy Minister for Planning and Coordination of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, to present the Ministry of Interior and Safety Award. Mr. Kim, please come forward to the stage. Please also welcome the winning team, Team Seoul Int MUN, onto the stage. I will read the award. Award certificate, Team Seoul Int MUN, Paul Moon, Hyunsung Eric Cho, and Colin Park. You have achieved excellent results at the 7th Youth Forum on SDG implementation, organized by the United Nations Project Office on Governance of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Ministry of Interior and Safety, and Incheon Metropolitan City of the Republic of Korea. 8 September 2023, Lee Sang-min, Minister of Interior and Safety. Congratulations. Let us take a photo. Congratulations again to all the winners of the 7th Youth Forum. I'd like to thank all the young contestants for joining this annual forum and sharing with us and proposing your innovative solutions. I also thank all the participants here, all the audience here for being witnesses of their potential. This concludes the Youth Forum Awards ceremony.
We will now invite Mr. Taban Mishra, UN Resident Coordinator for Mongolia, to deliver a closing keynote to provide a summary of our discussions over the past 3 days with policy recommendations and the way forward. Mr. Taban Mishra, you have the floor.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요. First of all, thank you, Keping and Shelley, for giving me this opportunity to bring together the learnings from the outcomes from this symposium. I'm very privileged to do this. But first of all, put your hands together for each of the participants in this room who have excellently and engaged participation in this symposium. Put your hands together. Louder. For yourself. Secondly, for all the speakers and the panel members who have given outstanding contributions and valuable inputs. Thank you. And most importantly, the organizers of this excellent symposium, UN Project Office on Governance, which part of UN DESA, especially let me mention Anna, Prabeen, Keping, Shelley, Dana, and the entire team led by Mr. Ko Kyu-chung, who couldn't be here because of health reasons. I want to congratulate UNPOG. Please put your hands together for this excellent team. And finally, the Ministry for Interior and Safety, led by here today Mr. Kim Min-jae, and also Mr. Lee Sang-min, our minister who was here on the opening day, and also the Incheon Metropolitan City and the Republic of Korea. So thank you very much for supporting us in this symposium. So as we come to the end of the 7th Regional Symposium, let us reflect what we have discussed over the last 3 days on many policy issues with high relevance to accelerating the progress on the Sustainable Development Goal implementation. The Regional Symposium featured several sessions that delved into themes ranging from strategic foresights to forward-looking policies, digital data governance for accelerating digital transformation, innovation, and digital transformation at the local level, engaging youth for the acceleration of the 2030 agenda, promoting women's leadership, gender-responsive public governance, results-oriented climate action, risk-informed governance, behavioral science, and changing mindsets of civil servants and local governance and partnerships. I would like to share with you the major outcomes of the 7th Regional Symposium. First, the effective governance and strengthening public institutions are critical for accelerated and sustainable actions through a whole of government and whole of society approach. We are facing a stern situation as the 2030 agenda is at peril, and the world could face a big miss across the goals if current trends continue. We need a rescue plan with systems transformation through levers and entry points to bring it back on track. The lingering impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change challenges, the war and conflicts have aggravated the situation even further. Developing countries and the poorest and the most vulnerable are the ones who are bearing the most brunt. Now, in the setting the scene, we did talk about urgent and coordinated action is imperative to reversing the current trends and prevent these sustainable development goals from becoming unattainable by 2030. While advocacy, analysis, and aggregation needs to be done globally and regionally, the acceleration and actions need to be happening in countries. Harnessing innovation, technology, and transformative innovations, along with strengthening partnerships and addressing common impediments, is crucial to accelerating progress and achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Climate change poses an imminent risk to human development, with digital data and technologies offering effective means of mitigation and adaptation. Digital technologies and data are also vital for pursuing sustainable development and supporting the 2030 Agenda, provided that measures are taken to ensure the broad access and mitigate associated risks. On the first thematic session, we talked about strategic foresight, which is essential for addressing the complex and interdependent challenges, and SDGs fostering resilience and building adaptive strategies. It involves anticipating future disruptions, engaging stakeholders, and understanding the Sustainable Development Goals, not as silos, but as a holistic system. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, there is a need for widespread investment in foresight capacity, active engagement from decision makers, and promotion of gender parity in strategic foresight to respond adequately to future challenges. Additionally, the United Nations plays a crucial role in embedding strategic foresight through capacity building. In the special session number 1, we felt that the UN DESA, Department for Economic and Social Affairs, curriculum and governance for the Sustainable Development Goals is an important tool for capacity development, and the member states should customize and contextualize the training toolkits for their specific needs and demands. The action planning with clearly defined objectives and the roles of responsible agencies with timeline is important to ensure that the impact on the ground is seen. In the thematic session 2, we saw that the exponential growth of data and data economy and the emerging knowledge society makes it pressing policy priority to establish national data governance, strategy, and roadmap. The development of digital data governance is a critical component in accelerating digital government transformation worldwide. Governments must establish effective data governance frameworks to address data management, privacy, and security challenges, which are essential for harnessing the potential of digital technologies. Digital data governance, with its 4 major pillars and emphasis on data integration, partnerships, open data, and data use for public value, plays a crucial role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and requires global collaboration to address cross-border data flows and upholding human rights and inclusivity. In the thematic session 3, we looked at the adoption of digital technologies, innovative approaches at the local level, which is crucial for enhancing public service delivery. Smart governance, well-developed ICT infrastructure, and smart solutions like the smart plant of Huamao in Shanghai of China demonstrated how digital transformation can lead to cost reductions, energy savings, and increased efficiency, improving the quality of life of all citizens. The global trend of urbanization, particularly in Africa and Asia, is leading to a growing urban population. Urban residents are more likely to use the internet, highlighting the importance of digital services in cities. However, there are disparities between urban and rural areas, emphasizing the need for digital inclusion strategies. Key steps to achieving local digital transformation, including fostering political will, building infrastructure, investing in digital literacy, and embracing innovation. These initiatives aim to empower local governments and improve public service delivery, ultimately benefiting the entire nation. In the youth session, we saw that the youth can play an instrumental role in innovation and digital transformation. Governments should create enabling conditions to boost the effective youth participation and engagement, and as well as equip young people with digital skills and knowledge, and hopefully some funding as well. In the Learning Lab 2, we found that the behavioral sciences and changing mindsets are important for innovation and public sector transformation. Transformational leadership is essential to foster innovation, but mindset change is not that easy. We need to make comprehensive and holistic approaches to make that happen. In the special session 2, in the Asia-Pacific region is falling behind in achieving sustainable development goals with a significant gap in internet access and mobile phone ownership. Efforts are being made in the Asia-Pacific region to bridge the digital divide by improving internet access and mobile phone ownership and promoting gender equality through enhancing digital skills and ICT literacy, with a focus on addressing issues like gender-based violence and gender digital divide. Institutional and policy framework should be in place for gender equality in public administration, and there should be accountability mechanisms in monitoring gender equality policies. In the Institutionalization of Corporate ESG Management Report, we found that the proposed Basic ESG Act in Korea seeks to provide clear guidelines and support, and institutional backing for ESG implementation in companies, emphasizing the importance of sustainable development through ESG practices. In the thematic session 4, we found that climate action results can be achieved through efficient policy making, institutional arrangements, and multi-level governance approaches. Parliamentarians worldwide have responded to the climate emergency by creating new climate laws, promoting net zero targets, and implementing scrutiny and accountability mechanisms. Climate actions in developing countries need enhanced financial support, forged partnerships, and human resources, as well as knowledge. Climate action and climate change in cities is one of UN Habitat's top priorities and a part of the new urban agenda and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Urban laws and urban governance define the management and development of urban environment, and they have an important role to play in increasing cities' resilience in helping cities to reduce their emissions leading to pollution. In the special session 3, we found that with today's global and local challenges such as climate change, socioeconomic changes, migration, and other factors influencing or contributing to sustainable development, rural spaces should be developed considering the transition to a green, low-carbon, and circular bioeconomy. Enhancing disaster resilience involving the entire community in policymaking and planning, fortifying institutions, coordination, communication, and risk-informed decision-making through innovative technologies, financial capabilities, and collaborations with various stakeholders, including national and local governments, NGOs, and civil society organizations. The utilization of frontier technologies, particularly ICT, information and communication technology, such as AI, artificial intelligence, drones, and big data analytics, offer significant opportunities to enhance risk-informed governance by improving data collection, analysis, application, and data governance. There is an increasing acknowledgement of the need to invest in early warning for all. We must expedite progress and translate the political declaration of the midterm review of the Sendai framework into action. This involves two crucial aspects. One, enhancing governance and understanding regarding risk and the importance. Second one is the importance of prioritizing disaster risk reduction, which is a key dimension of promoting local action. On the Local Governance Forum, we figured out that the thematic focus of this forum is to delve into critical roles in engaging partnerships among national research institutions or NRLs, local and regional governments or LRGs, national government ministries or NGMs, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, for effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the local level. In a disaster-prone Asia and Pacific, holistic innovation is crucial to safeguarding development gains. A bottoms-up approach empowering local communities leverages local knowledge and values for context-specific sustainable climate adaptation and resilience. To localize the SDGs, 5 key enablers, including establishing a supportive policy and institutional framework, developing robust data ecosystems, fostering multi-stakeholder engagement, and securing adequate financing and promoting innovation in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the local level is crucial. Local action moves the world. The road to sustainability runs through the world's small towns and cities, and local solutions to global challenges in the answer and the key. And the way forward, let me say the first one is SDGs remain our best roadmap for a better world. We still have hope to turn the trend, but our time is limited. We need to take urgent actions with strong political leadership and will. And the cost of inaction is too big for us. The second way forward is that the UN, with its convening role, should be creating a global enabling environment for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Partnerships will be the key to action over the next 7 years. Learning from each other and sharing knowledge among countries through different platforms like this one, like the Symposium, is extremely important, and to replicate and to emulate the examples that we have, which are success stories that we can take forward to our countries. The United Nations agencies should invest more in enhancing capacities of developing countries, including supporting their efforts in policy coherence, building resilience, and climate action, and advancing digital transformation. And the final one is to catalyze essential actions to strengthen partnerships for effective local level sustainable development implementation. These are the outcomes that we have. But if you would like to add any that we may have missed, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll call on you. We can take only a few given the time we have, because I want to manage time, the only non-replenishable asset that we have here. So let's be brief. In case you want to add something, raise your hand and I'll call on you. But in case you don't get an opportunity to contribute here, Anna, Prabeen, and Keping will be sending you an email with this entire document, and you can always give your comments in writing, right? So you will have an opportunity to comment and give your perspectives too. But before I hand over the floor for any comments and questions, let me tell you one thing. My background was in learning and development. And the most useful facet of learning or formula is 10-20-70. Have you heard of 10-20-70? 10% is the maximum learning you can have a classroom, formal learning situation. 20% comes from peer learning, when you talk to each other and share your thoughts and values. And 70% comes from, anybody? From implementation, when you apply your learning and get results and you validate your learning. So time for 70% will come back when we go back home. There's a time for 10 and 20%. So thank you very much. Please put your hands up in case you have a contribution to make. May I call on Jay? Jay, do you want to say something? Okay, over to you. Jay from Mauritius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra. I'm Jay Ritu from Mauritius. I fully subscribe to what you have just so eloquently reported to the plenary. There were 2 points that I wanted to flag. One is underlying in all our discussions today, and the other has been repeated so often. The first point is the need for having homegrown solutions. And to that is necessarily tied about the national ownership. We talked about data, but the sovereignty of data as well is an element we have to take on board when we are discussing them. And of course, all of what we are discussing about SDGs is about the national development priorities. So this is, I think, something which is underlying, but which is worth highlighting. The second point, and I will be quick, we have been today, earlier today, we had a very enlightening presentation by Professor Rajib Shaw about very innovative and, dare I say, low-cost innovative ideas. And I think, and this is a suggestion that could be taken up by this symposium as plenary, maybe we could have a repository of such innovative ideas where member states and the region and the whole world could actually have an access into, at least have the contacts and the potential of such innovative ideas and the applicability in the local context. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. The two very brilliant ideas. One is about national ownership through homegrown ideas. Excellent. And second is creating a repository of those low-cost, effective solutions that we can find, and so that we can really benefit from these local solutions. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Jay. Anybody else? Any other brilliant idea that you want to share before we end? Okay, I think we have time. We have time, right? It's only 3:43. It says up to. So if you have any, because I'm speaking very fast, I don't know whether you're able to hear me, but if you have any. All right, I don't see any hands, but let me then say that I would like to invite you to respond with your comments and to our colleagues from UN Project Office on Governance by email. We'll send you this draft outcome statement. Please feel free. But most importantly, don't forget about the 10-20-70. You learned a lot here. You will share more among your friends. Go back. My colleagues from Mongolia have already told me they want to have a session back there and then talk about how to adapt and implement it back home. So thank you very much.
To deliver this comprehensive summary with the key points from respective sessions well incorporated. This is very important for all of us to get a full glimpse on what we have discussed over the past 3 days. So the summary will be posted in our website for your further digestion of the major points of the regional symposium. As Mr. Taiwan just said, if you have any further points or inputs you think it deemed necessary to be incorporated, please let us know so that the outcome of this 7th edition of the regional symposium is generated in a more inclusive and participatory manner. So now let us proceed to the closing ceremony. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Mr. Kim Min-jae, Deputy Minister for Planning and Coordination, Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea, to deliver his closing remarks. Mr. Kim, please.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국 행정안전부 기획조정실장 김민재입니다. 지난 사흘간 지속 가능한 2030 의제 이행을 위한 효과적 거버넌스와 디지털 전환을 주제로 진행된 제7회 아시아 태평양 지역 SDG 심포지엄이 성공적으로 마무리되어 기쁘게 생각합니다.
Participants, it is a great pleasure to meet you. I am Min-jae Kim, Deputy Minister for Planning and Coordination of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. I'm delighted with the outcome of the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda.
올해로 7도를 맞은 아태 지역 SDG 심포지엄은 아태 지역뿐 아니라 아프리카를 포함한 48개국의 지속 가능 발전 목표 이행 성과를 점검하고 공공행정혁신 사례 공유와 글로벌 거버넌스 확대를 위한 아시아 태평양 지역의 주요 국제 행사로 자리 잡게 되었습니다. 특히 올해 처음으로 지역 거버넌스 포럼이 신설되어 지역 차원의 지속 가능 발전 목표 이행과 한국의 지방시대 실현의 첫걸음을 함께하게 되었습니다.
Marking its 7th anniversary, the Symposium has evolved to become an annual flagship event, raising awareness to participants from Asia and the Pacific and East Africa region and beyond on critical public governance issues and providing innovative cases in strengthening governance capacities towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Particularly this year, the Local Governance and Partnerships Forum has newly kicked off, providing an opportunity for local and regional governments, local and national research institutions from the Republic of Korea and other countries to gather and enhance their collaborative efforts toward accelerating SDGs at the local level.
글로벌 중추 국가로서 대한민국은 인류가 추구하는 보편적 삶의 가치와 지속 가능 발전을 위해 대한민국의 성공 경험과 노하우를 공유하고 국제사회와 협력 체계를 강화해 왔습니다. 지난 사흘에 걸쳐 논의된 효율적인 거버넌스 혁신과 이행 방안, 포용적 디지털 전환 및 성인지적 정책 실현, 기후변화 및 재난 대응을 위한 각국의 우수 사례들은 7년 앞으로 다가온 2030 지속 가능한 발전 목표 달성에 의미 있는 기여를 할 것이라 기대합니다.
As a global pivotal state, the Republic of Korea has shared its successful experiences and strengthened its cooperation with the international community in pursuing universal values and sustainable development. I believe that the 3-day discussions on effective governance, innovation, and its implementation plans, inclusive digital transformation, gender-responsive public governance, and climate change and disaster risk reduction have meaningfully contributed to achieving the SDGs, which is now 7 years away to 2030.
여러분, 2024년 UN 공공행정 포럼이 이곳 대한민국에서 개최될 예정입니다. 많은 성원과 관심을 부탁드리며 더 나은 미래로 함께 발전해 나가기 위한 구체적이고 창의적인 방안들이 논의되기를 기대합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 United Nations Public Service Award Forum will be held here in Korea. We seek your continued interest and look forward to discussing tangible and creative ways to advance together toward a better future.
대한민국 행정안전부는 앞으로도 UN 회원국 및 UN 경제사회처와의 지속적이고 긴밀한 협력을 통해 아태 지역의 지속 가능한 발전과 글로벌 공동체의 더 나은 미래를 위해 연대와 협력을 강화해 나가겠습니다. 오늘 참여해 주신 여러분 모두의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다.
The Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea will continue to strengthen solidarity and cooperation for sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific and East Africa region, and will cooperate closely with the UN member states and the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs for a better future. I wish you all good health and happiness.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for delivering the closing remarks with many insightful thoughts and recommendations for stepping up our concerted efforts to accelerate progress towards the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Taban just mentioned, the head of this office, Mr. Koku Chang, could not be here with us today due to his illness. Please allow me to invite Ms. Anna Tolland to deliver the closing remarks on his behalf. Anna, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Mr. Kim Min-jae, Deputy Minister for Planning and Coordination of the Ministry of Interior and Safety of Korea, Mr. Tapan Mishra, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Mongolia, Ms. Victorina Kyoya, Chief Executive Officer, Public Service Commission in Tonga, Mr. Hendra Susanto, Vice Chair, the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda, promoting sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions draw to a close, I would like to express on behalf of UNDESA my sincere appreciation to you all for your active participation and insightful contributions. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in meaningful discussions, shared innovative practices, and fostered valuable networks and partnerships to drive our collective action in accelerating progress on the 2030 Agenda. The theme of this year's symposium on effective governance and digital transformation for accelerating progress toward the 2030 Agenda was very timely. In a world faced with unparalleled crises, where the global landscape is marked by a myriad of challenges, including the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the dreadful consequence of climate change, war, the critical role of effective governance, digital transformation, innovative solutions, and forward-looking strategies in advancing the SDGs has become more important than ever. By harnessing the potential of effective governance and digital transformation, we set the stage for a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the symposium has been a great testament of our collective commitment and has further deepened our understanding and resolve to take action. You have reaffirmed your commitment to accelerate progress toward the SDGs by promoting effective governance, digital transformation, and inclusive partnership as key cornerstones of sustainable development. I am convinced that the insights shared and innovative solutions explored will remain useful even beyond the symposium. The symposium has also served as a significant milestone, coinciding with the 2030 Agenda midterm review of the SDGs. The midterm review offers both a momentum of reflection and a call to action. The special edition of the SDGs Progress Report highlights the UN Secretary General's 5 key recommendations, which emphasize the need for transformative action, poverty eradication, capacity strengthening, international support, and the strengthening of the UN development system. By implementing effective policies and strengthening national and subnational capacities and mobilizing resources, we can make significant progress toward the ambitious targets of the 2030 Agenda. We also highlighted the 11 principles of effective governance for sustainable development and work to foster progress, enhance capacities, share innovative solutions, facilitate knowledge exchange, and promote collaborations. These principles serve as a roadmap for achieving our common goals with a potential to shape the way we approach governance and digital transformation in the context of sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that the symposium also provides a unique opportunity to deepen our understanding of the key accelerators for transformative change in government, strategic foresight, digital governance, local level innovation, climate action, risk-informed governance, and the role of behavioral science. The role of digital transformation is delivering efficient, inclusive public services, and innovative ideas and good practices is very critical. As we close the symposium, I encourage you all to remember that our collective commitment does not end here. The knowledge gained and the partnership established must translate into concrete actions in our respective countries, organizations, and communities. We must become champions of change, innovation, resilience, inclusivity, and ultimately champions of the 2030 Agenda. Let us leave the symposium with a renewed sense of determination, equipped with the tools, competencies, and knowledge needed to foster sustainable and inclusive transformation. By aligning our collective efforts, Forging partnership and collaborating across sectors, we can bridge the gaps and overcome implementing challenges. In closing, I would like to express my profound gratitude once again to our distinguished participants, speakers, and partners for making this symposium a resounding success story. Appreciation to all colleagues of the UNDESA DPIDG UNPOC and our deepenable partners from the Ministry of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and Incheon Metropolitan City for your immense and invaluable support. In this unwavering support, commitment, and enthusiasm that has accounted for remarkable results. Let the spirit of transformation, innovation, and resilience continue to guide us as we work towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. I would like to reaffirm that UNDESA, through its Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government and its Project Office on Governance, UNPOG, remains fully committed to supporting the capacity development efforts of member states in accelerating progress on the 2030 Agenda. We welcome and look forward to receiving your capacity development needs and request support. Last but not least, I would like to take this valuable opportunity to acknowledge and thank the organizers of the unique hybrid regional symposium, UNPOG. Praveen? Shelley? Chanhil? Haley? Miss Lee? Dana, there in the corner. Keping. Myung-gu. Hyun-ju. Daegnu. Caroline. Misu. And the volunteers, PCO, and the cameraman. Immense thanks to Kyu-chan Ko for his leadership and all colleagues for your dedication, sweat, tears you have put into ensuring an excellent symposium. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you all a safe trip back to your countries. Thank you. With this, we close the symposium.
The symposium is officially closed. If you would like to take group photo up here, we can come freely up here for a photo. Pictures last more than words.